Give them a taste of that.
Motion.
Oh. Oh.
$60 for Ultimate Edition. It's free on PS5, isn't it? Nope. Xbox Game Pass. Free with EA. It's gonna be free soon. Oh, rip all well. EA. So Fortnite, then FC, let's go.
Yeah. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yep.
I'm in voice chat in the app, I can't say. MTN do young.
Oh. Scout on, mate. Scout on. Bad bosses. Yeah, mate.
You got a mic?
You got a mic? Hello, anybody there?
I decided to get FC. I was like, oh, why not?
Yeah.
Ultimate Edition, so I was like, oh, well, I'll just buy it.
$60 to get EA.
Yeah, for the whole year. And I was like,
Oh, that's the whole year. You get all the games for $60.
yeah, but that's another subscription. So, nah. I'll just
Yeah. Huh. Oh. It is free on PlayStation.
Because it didn't give me the option.
You have to change the which edition. The edition.
Oh well.
But you get more stuff with that edition. Wow, wow, wow. We've got to celebrate the gravy burger, mate. I think I uploaded that, didn't I? Gotta get some clips up.
Safe is about 11%.
Mm. Huh?
You mean what, rage quit on SC? Nah, stupid.
Ah. Oh, what's this? Bad bosses. They changed it. No more special powers?
Oh.
Oh. Here we go. Oh, I better get off screen.
Hot drop.
Nah.
Oh, what's this thing?
Yeah, it's all different.
The new thing?
Told you. I told you, man. Where's my bloody YouTube?
Oh, that killed me. What the heck?
What?
Super power. Kill you.
Kill you or heal you?
Oh,
What are you doing?
super power is dumb. What is that?
It's a fire one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's stupid.
Well, you're not supposed to shoot it at yourself.
No, I shot it at someone. Someone wasn't doing anything. Did you even hit them?
Did you even hit them? Bro? Oh. 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 Oh.
Medium mark when you off. Alright.
Yes, DJ. David. Big good boy. Oh! That's not fair. Interesting. Oh, this death.
No way you escape that.
Oh no, dead. They're probably just here though. Oh, there's something nice in here. Close the door. Banana, banana.
You want my banana? No.
The fuck? Sicko? Yeah, sicko, mate. Just gotta sit on the couch and watch some Soxy Gamer. Ah, the fire thing's terrible. Got a second with no kills. Bring back the other stuff, man. This stuff's crap.
I'm just gonna drop it.
Yeah.
I don't want you. Drop. Someone else gonna have that poo.
Yeah.
20%. If I play 4 hours of SC, I've played more than Stotch. How do you know what good cards are what?
You have to look on Footbin, mate. On this set. Foot. F-U-T bin. Footbin.
Footbin?
Footbin.
Still play FIFA?
Hell yeah,
I just
man.
installed it.
Hell yeah, brother. Oh shit, let's go. Yeah, mate.
Oh, what do you think?
His friend's coming. His friend's coming. Hey, buddy. Oh, yeah, I might like this. I say hello. I say hello. And you say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Hello, hello. You say hello. And I say goodbye.
Join you later if you're on.
Hey. What do you mean? Fortnite? It'll be Panda Club, mate. You gotta be in the Panda Club. Get on the YouTube. Get in the Panda Club. $1.50 Australian. Cheap, cheap.
FIFA.
Join me on FIFA. Why would you want to join me on that? Why? Oh, level up! Level up! On the faith.
On the face.
Oh, what do you got there, mate?
So we can play on the same team.
Metal on the dance floor.
What? What? Where are you in Australia or are you in a different country? I'll fucking jump over the fence, mate. What the fuck? Jesus! What the fuck is going on, bro? I don't know where I got this gun, but I like it. That's about it.
I'm going to hide. I'm scared.
I'm going to hide away, far away, all the way. Go to the bin. Yeah, I saw that. GG.
Fuck in.
Do you have one? Killed him.
One squad left.
He's here. Couldn't hit him. I need you, bro. I need you, bro. Oh, they're behind. I don't know how to survive that. Yeah, what country are you in, Oster? We usually just play Rush, mate. GG, mate. GG. 6-2.
5-3.
Oh. Oh. Half the lobby. Half the lobby, mate.
G'day.
Oh, g'day, mate. How you going?
How's it going?
Yeah, good, mate. How you doing?
You're not bad.
Not bad. Good size.
Just chilling on New World.
New World. Oof.
Yeah.
Flashback.
Yeah, they remade the game.
Ah. Oh.
Yeah, so
Oh.
it is a lot different to what you would remember.
Hmm. Oh, yeah.
Find us a match. What is going on?
I don't
Ah.
feel like finding you a match. You can find it yourself.
Aliens. Da, 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 da.
You play Fortnite?
Yeah, trying to. It's not giving us another game.
You sold your whole personality for the money.
And then we go back in. You've been banned.
You don't enjoy it because you never slept with 1,000 guys before you did it.
See how many times I touched that lube? Never, because I am wet and I enjoy it. But instead you're just going to sit there going, nah, mate, that's
You're wet thinking of
disgusting.
the dollar signs and you are absolutely ruining society with your actions.
Really?
And it's
Aliens. What? What?
That's it. I want to be.
Aliens. Mmm. Oh. Oh.
Aliens.
We're going back to the menu.
Yeah.
Claymore. Claymore. I got my items, but I haven't got my V-Bucks. They give you V-Bucks when you get your items
Okay.
with your pass.
25.
No.
The fuck, man? The fuck, man?
I've started a new character on
Oh, yeah?
the West US server.
Ah. Ah.
No.
Ah. Ah. All right, let's go.
Okay, so I'll be honest with y'all. I seen this when it was under construction. The fact they put this over today, I seen a little bit of this when it was under construction. I seen it walk.
Even though it tells me that I've got a poor connection, it doesn't. I haven't really experienced much lag.
Hmm.
Been pretty well smooth.
Up here, up there.
Oh, yeah?
The only thing they
China launches its first humanoid robot soccer league in Beijing.
Oh no.
Look at this. Gee, look at that. Yeah, get to the ball, mate. You just fall it over. Ugh. I can hardly walk, let alone kick a ball. Oh, there's one stretch out. Oh dear. That's hilarious.
Where's you, Soxy? I'm scared.
Oh, yeah, where are you? Oh, you're on the other side of the map. Good luck, bro.
What is that sword? Sword was who?
Who sword?
Yeah, poo sword.
Oh, that's shit.
Oh, no.
In the garage.
In the mighty garage, the lion sleeps tonight.
Nah.
In the jungle, in the mighty jungle.
Oh. I
I have
shouldn't.
to say, I kind of like the blunderbuss shooting him in the face with it.
Alright.
There are a great sword on the blunderbuss gun.
Oh yeah.
I can tag him like about medium distance.
Nice.
But it does have a
Imagine
limit with the
seeing that
range on it though.
Just watching the day go by. Oh, level up drinking.
How much Mountain Dew can you drink?
All of it. Oh, boy. Hey, mum, boy. Ah, we're all blue now. It's over. Game over.
And then YouTube goes copyright strike.
Copyrights.
Done.
Right on the right time. Oh.
People-
Oh. Hmm. Yep, sounds good. Oh.
Get me up.
It's me and another two other people. Quick! Oh, oh, one's low. And you're dead. I could have got you back before, like when they ran away. It's having too much fun. Imagine. 40, that's not too bad. Not bad, good sight.
At least he doesn't have 237.
A lot. A lot. Whoa. And then hey, let's go.
Perfect.
Diddly-lee-ding, diddly-lee-ding. It's a teleporter, mate. Go into it. One. Two. Three. Whole squad.
A wimbo it, a wimbo it.
Oh, Imbo. Oh, Imbo. You can drink this when you don't even need to drink. What the hell is with that? Oh. It's a banana.
Banana.
Oh, I'm gonna drop. Hey, buddy! Oh, I missed every shot. Down one. Had to have a drink. Got a bit parched. Oh!
Yeah, Kicks done an update with the icons again.
Yeah, saw that. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. The last update wasn't that great, was it? Some people didn't like it. At least they're changing shit, eh?
My son's still working on it.
Yeah. Oh no! Oh, I'm down. Kill him! Oh, didn't hit him.
Reload.
No, you hit the other one. 6. 6. Not funny, mate. Gotta get them wins, bro. Weeds. That's great.
Where are you jumping? What's
Yeah, wherever you like, mate. What's there? Coming down to the Holiday Inn. Coming down to the Holiday Inn. Oh, shut up! Get him!
I'll catch you later.
No worries, brother.
Have a good one.
See you, man.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Ow.
Oh. Outside this wall.
Oh, yep.
Oh, yeah, yeah. 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 Got him. There's more, there's more.
On his chest. Yep. His chest.
Oh, I'm ninja. I'm ninja. I gotta reload, I'm not ninja. Where are you, bro? Where were you? Trying to get a chest, hey? Hey? Just trying to get a chest. What kind of chest? Thanks, bro. Gotta go get my stuff back.
You died, but you're back. Not too good. There's a rift here.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Getting shot at.
Another one on.
Oh, bro. What have you done to me? I'm in it. I'm on my way. Oh, he's one shot. Got him. Got him.
This gun's brutal.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm on my way. I said good day. Oh, what is it? The exotic.
Lawless, Trinity, assault rifle.
Oh, there's a drop around here somewhere. I'm getting it. Oh shit, that's a 5-tick. Oh boy. Hey buddy. How you doing? Oh, he's on top. He's on the roof. He's on the roof.
Hello.
He's low. He's low, bro. Shoot him. He's one shot. Where you going? Jeez, man. Just one shot. I'm down. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't run, run, run. 2v1. Just take him. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The dude is literally one shot, you ran away. One shot, bro. Fuck. Where's that? I was getting shot at too. Fucking shoot him. You could have went like this. He would have been dead. Fuck. 7. Where's DJ? He's still on the other side of the map. Fucking gone. What's up, mate? Welcome in, guys. Don't forget about the YouTube as well. Jump over.
I got 3 and 3.
How much damage, man? How much damage? Damage. Damaggio.
Put some music on.
Can I change how many I want to send? Oh no. Oh no.
What?
Oh no.
I'm not in the game, am I?
I want to see how you change how many you're gifting. I gifted. Oh no. I know. You guys will get a gifted. If you get a gifted, boys.
I went back to.
I know.
You going back to the lobby too?
I know. Want to see how if you can change how many gifted you give and I gifted 5. Wrong check. Shit.
I didn't sleep tonight.
What's wrong with you? Bruh. Bruh.
Lurking Clerkerson.
Hey, hey. Hello. Hey, going, Thumb? Oh, is that off? So that is off.
One
That's-
away.
You're cooked, mate. Relax. Relax. So smoke got one. Sin's got one. The Nogs, Madtown, and Liam. Oh, what did it gift though? Oh shit. It's PS2 gifted and it gifted the highest ones. Oh shit. Which ones did it gift? Which one? Oh no. It's done the highest ones. Oh shit.
Oh, where are we going?
Why can't you choose what you want to gift? I'm going over here.
Come in slowly. Come on. Knock 2. Turn this music on.
Oh! Right in the face. Yeah.
Teabag.
Yeah.
A wimbo, a wimbo, a wimbo.
Oh yeah. Right there. A lot of shots. Can't see anyone. It's over the hill, mate. Over the hill. Oh. Oh, across the way. Over there.
Oh,
Oh yeah. Oh boy. Ah! 7 health. Unlucky man. Must be in. Yeah.
almost. Almost got it.
No. No. Hmm.
Very
It only gives the. I'm not even in yet. It gives
Oh.
it gives the highest one. So maybe I'll get rid of the higher one. Oh. Shit. Yeah, I'm not in yet, mate.
It said I've been promoted to party leader.
That means I'm probably gonna get kicked out to the lobby. How would I change that? Playing some Rush? No. I'm doing alright, mate. My gifted memberships on YouTube gift the highest membership. Well, not the highest. How do I change that? So it's just the basic ones. Oh, yeah.
Ye-
How do I change that? Dang it.
Get in my way.
Hey! Relax. Oh shit. Not there. I like the old powers better. I like the old ones better than the new ones. What are you doing?
Texting.
Grab that jug, mate. I just gave you a jug.
Oh, jeez, man.
Oh, good, mate.
Too distracted. I just walked on water. Look.
I'm Jesus. Oh, maybe not.
I was about to say it anyways.
Yeah, no. Just swim. Alright, let's go. Got a rift here. Oh, you already gone. And he's gone. I need health.
One dead. Oh! What was that?
That's the chain gun, mate.
Ooh.
Oh, you're still awake. Awake. You're still awake, mate.
Yeah, I'm still awake. You still awake?
You still awake, mate? Wakey, wakey.
Oh, that's all snaky.
Oh, no. No, 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 no. It's just them two as well.
But free for me. Thanks, mate.
No worries.
Yeah, I know where they are.
Yeah?
I'm going over.
They over there? Oh! Yeah.
Yeah.
There. Oh. 146.
46.
Oh my
Get a
god.
life.
Hey, whoa. Jeez, man. Jeez, man. What have I just gifted? I've just gifted. Oh, that's not too bad. Five gifted, it's $34. $35. I was meant to do the other ones. I don't know how to change it.
Gifted on the YouTubes.
Yeah, the gift's the highest one. Or the second highest one. How do I change it?
Better.
I'll
Shut up.
change it. Change. Oh. Connect store to promote produce like merchandise or your channel. Oh yeah. 3735. 3735. 265 hours to go to the next level. Let's go. Can do it.
You can do it.
Oh, that guy's gone short.
you're all the way.
YouTube still won't let me do it on the phone or iPad.
Sorry, mate, I have to wait for you.
Might have to try on the laptop on Friday when you start earlier.
Yeah, you can do that.
Get out, just stupid thing.
He was getting his mate up. He interrupted. Hey!
I'm scared, Soxy. I got a duo on me.
Using bad words.
Who?
Whoever just wrote in the chat. Oh! Trying to self-services again. You guys read the bloody rules, please. Think stop up. Where's DJ at?
Oh, my days.
Where are you, bro?
Told you.
What? Can't understand. That's it.
Told you.
I told you. Oh no, I'm dead. I'm dead.
FC's almost downloaded.
And he's gone.
Oh! Group up, DJ! Ah!
I tagged where I was going.
Group up! It's busy.
No.
Oh! Shit. Oh, shit. Ah.
DJ, DJ, DJ.
Hmm. Memberships. Should be a setting somewhere where you can.
Well, apparently I'm not in the game with you.
Again, what the fuck's going on? Oh, here we go. Gift memberships. Panda Club. There we go. Changed it.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna gift PS2 some TikToks, and I'll gift that Soxy Gober guy some TikToks as well. Where are you going now? I can't see Mark. I can't see Mark. I can't see Mark. That's my bad, guys. It's my bad. You can change it in your special features in the YouTube, guys. You can change it.
If you want to
Okay.
play Fortnite with Foxy, you've got to subscribe to.
No, you don't. Nah. You can hang around, or you can be a member. Panda Club. Subscribing's free, mate. You can't just let people play if they sub. Oh. Oh, he's one shot. Brr.
Oh!
Bro, what are you doing down there?
Oh, that's my... Oh.
Is this one dude?
True.
Oh, hey, bro. I'm dead. Oh, it's Sweats that killed us last time, is it? What are we doing, man? What are we doing?
I don't know.
So now it says show GIF, show support. Oh. Ah. Where's the gifted gone? Hey? Let me refresh. Let me refresh. Oh, what's that?
Talk on that
Oh.
clock.
Doesn't have the gifted there anymore. Hey? What happened? Oh, what did we go back for? Alright, special features. Give members special chats. Oh yeah, special chat. If you have 8+ members, show their profile pictures in section under your video. Oh yeah! Do 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 do. Heed, man. Maybe it takes a little time to refresh. Because I was wondering why PS2 did a Panda King gifted. He was just doing whatever there was. Go here.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
You sure about that?
Maybe.
Oh my god. There's so many people. So many people. Ah.
You ain't did it work out?
Damn right.
Dead.
Hello. Get over here. There's lots in this house. Far out.
Oh!
Oh! Just got a med up? Oh no, I don't need a med up. Ah! Another crown here.
No.
Grab it, grab it, grab it, grab it, grab it, grab it, grab it. Crown, crown, grab it. Here, grab this one. Dropped it behind you. I didn't drop it. The bullets are going nowhere. Oh, damn one. I'm dead. Hey, what happened to you? What are you doing?
I was using my gun and then the thing, it was one of those stupid guns.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Stupid guns, yeah. Yeah, stupid guns, yeah. Goodbye. Those stupid guns. Imagine this one of those stupid guns.
What's a stupid gun? A stupid gun.
Stupid gun, remember?
That doesn't work properly.
What's going on with this thing? Yep. Alright, let's go.
Guy.
Here we go.
We go on here.
Oh, got him.
Oh, there's someone on me.
Bruh. He's not having a good night, is he, guys?
I agree. It's always the gun's fault.
So it's the gun's fault, yeah. Hey! Come on, bro. How you get your mate up? I was gonna let you get mate up. Oh dear, where's DJs?
Gimme.
30 health. Oh. Unbelievable.
What?
I just found a med kit in the box.
Oh, landed with the Tommy gun. Let's go. I need Foxy. I'm scared there's a lot of people around me.
Is that?
Foxy?
Where'd you land? Where'd you land, bro?
In the circle.
Oh, well. Soxy Gamers is in the zone, bro.
Oh no. I know what to do.
There's only a couple left. Almost in, bro.
Yeah, I'm up in the sky just waiting.
I'm in. I'm in the bush. Hey, bro. How you going, man?
Yeah,
Oh, didn't mean to drop that. Whoops. 2v2. Oh, there they are.
Oh, what are you after?
Oh, get out of there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm dead. Fuck, man.
Oh, I need a reload. Oh.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Oh. It's almost ready. Where are we going?
I'm not in yet. The fuck's going on with my Fortnite tonight? I click off
What?
screen. It doesn't load. Fortnite. Wanna play Fortnite?
Wanna play Fortnite?
Connection error. FC it is. Fuck Fortnite. The fuck is it even doing, man? Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, update. Update. What? What's wrong?
Solo duos?
What?
I'm in a game of duos.
Follow. It sounded like you said follow dollars, not solo duos. Follow dollars? Follow dollars? I'm like, what the fuck is he saying? What fucking language are you talking? Follow dollars, sir. Follow dollars, sir. Huh? Follow dollars. What? Follow dollars. What the fuck? It's cooked.
English.
He is cooked. Bloody update, mate. Follow dollars. Oh. Do you win? Oh. Follow dollars.
EA Sports, fix your game.
EA Sports. It's always to blame.
Welcome to the club.
Guys, the girls went crazy tonight. Can't bust the move. It was unwatched from the bench, baby. Come on, Cece. Come on, Cece. Shake it. Wow, 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 wow.
I don't care about your HQ.
Huh?
Where am I from? Australia.
Australia. Where's my other controller? There it is. There it is. Oh.
Get the ball. Yeah, tackle leave.
Get the ball. Sacks off potential. Oh, sacks, eh? I'm gonna get ice cream. I'll be back.
You scream.
Oh.
You missed it. Run, go for the run. Yeah.
Buzz, come on, Buzz.
Oh, wrong direction. What am I doing?
So what are you playing your first game? Is that like the two teams training?
Yeah.
What? I didn't go to training straight away. I did my packs.
than that one.
Whole squad.
With kicking the ball. Kick the ball, mate. Can I play a game with just like bots?
You do find bots and stuff.
Kick off?
You do.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on. Hold on. Hold the phone. We don't have everything here though, but hold the phone. Oh my God. Hold on. Hold on. That's huge. That's huge. I got it. I got it. I got it. What did I just say? What did I just say, chat? Eddie's pissed. Eddie's pissed. Eddie's pissed. Eddie is so pissed. Eddie is so pissed. Eddie is pissed. That's what I do. That's what I do. That's what we fucking do. Eddie is so mad. Eddie is so What did I tell you? What did I say? What did I tell you? That's what we do.
You dog.
Hmm?
His favorite ones. Favorite one.
Stand by me.
Hmm?
Tackle him, what are you doing?
Nah, what about it?
Go, 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 go.
Yeah. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Video time. G'day guys, what's going on? Welcome to the MC25 video. we have a rookie on the scene, Dave Rich, as FC25, and he's on the pitch right now, learning the ropes. Let's look at this new Evo, Sacks of Potential. Break into the team where you can. Your talent will lead you to the right position. Use those sacks of talent to bail yourself out. Okay. Start curling in goals as a new attacking star. So, Gibbs, 10 pace, +4 weak foot, technical, finesse shot, right wing, inside forward plus 2020, plus 2020, plus 22 shooting, plus 15 balance, plus 15 ball control, plus 15 dribbling, quick step, playstyle, relentless playstyle, agility plus 15, reactions plus 15, skill moves plus 3, ping pass, finish shot plus, wide playmaker plus, passing plus 12, physical plus 8, composure plus 15, technical plus, winger plus, and a cosmetic upgrade.
Oh,
This
you dog.
needs to be a left back. Do a video, mate. Come on, mate. Left back, 92. Left back, 92. Smith or King? Smith or King? What's King got? Oh, back in there. Get back in there. King has 3 playstyles. Did you win?
No, the enemy, the other team,
Hmm.
to kick it, and my ref just flicked up the ball up into the sky.
What? No, man. Garucha. Ugh.
Kick the ball, mate.
Oh, you can't get 4 playstyles. What's the point? Oh, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, kick it.
What do you mean? Screw your flag.
Hmm. What are we gonna do, guys? Do we have any left backs in the Evos at the moment? Nah. Don't know who we're gonna put in it. It's either gonna be Smith or King. Or maybe we use it as a build up for someone else.
Yeah,
Build them up.
I ain't getting no goal.
Build them up, mate.
Oh.
Nevin. She's already got 3 playstars. Oh, he's already got 60 shot. Go to 82 shot. Oh, it's only a 2 playstyle plus.
Yeah, pass it, boys, pass it.
I've got a feeling we might do a bronze. Might do a bronzy. Adelaide United, kiddo. Why not?
Oi!
Then you'll have room to get other evos as well. Yeah, why not? Any other Adelaide Uniteds?
Get up, boys, get up! No clue. Well, first round's done, and
First
no
round.
one's got a gold.
First half.
Gold. Yeah.
It's not
I
bloody.
don't know.
It's not bloody UFC, mate. Round 1 is done.
I don't know what it's called. Round
Halves,
one.
mate. Halves. First quarter's done. Pace plus 9. Alright, we're doing Lino. Done. Hey, Lino. So he fits in that one. Then I think one of the other Evos. Let's striker. Left mid. Bib top. Get it, get it, get it, boy. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Get it, get it, get it.
Oh,
Kick a goal, mate. What's going on? What are you doing? What are you doing out there? What's he doing out there, gods? What the fuck? No team of the weeks, man.
the bots, they missed the goal too.
Huh? What's
No. No one
Oppos-
get the goal.
opposition?
Yeah, the bots.
Are you playing the ultimate team or are you playing career mode?
I don't know what I'm playing.
Oh my god. Bruh.
I'm just playing whatever.
You gotta go the ultimate team, mate. Wasting your time doing anything else. It's wasting time, bro.
Get the ball.
It's wasting time, bro. Why are you wasting time, bro?
Get back.
Why are you wasting time, bro?
Oh,
Where are you from, mate? I don't want to tell you where I live. You old. You old as
get the
Chris.
goal. Get it,
You're
get it,
old
get
as
it.
Christmas. Old as Santa Claus.
Shoo.
You got it?
No.
Oh. Bam, 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 bam.
Oh, you. Yeah. Missed the goal.
That'll do. Send it.
Get the goal. Get the goal. Pass the ball.
85 combo. Let's go. First pack luck.
Fresh bit.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Van Gas. Van Gas.
Classic match.
Classic match. Yeah, you gotta go to Ultimate Team, bro. That's what we do with the packs and the picks and the packs and the picking the packs and the picking the packs. And the rush. Pick a packs. Pick a pack. Pick a pack.
Pick your pack.
Pick it. Pick a winner.
Chicken dinner.
Sports Zone. I don't even know what I'm up to. What am I up to?
Yeah, yeah.
$51. Shit. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da. $82 by 20. Oh man.
Owls.
Huh?
Owls.
Are you gonna start your Ultimate Team, mate? You're not even gonna play it, are you?
Probably not.
Fuck's sake. What would you buy it for then?
Nah, I will. It'll just be more chill. Kicking the ball.
Gotta play some Rush with this, mate. So you gotta start your Ultimate Team. Bruh. Gotta get on the Ultimate. Da-na-na-na-da-da-da-na-na.
Pick your game. EA Sports.
Nah. 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 Left mid. Oof. Come on, then. This music gone. My library. Play.
TikTok on the clock.
No. Humpday is for humping. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, man. Can't tell his kid anyway. Just can't take him anywhere.
No, you can't.
Oi! Peck! We got Peck!
Yeah.
Peck!
What the heck's going on?
Peck! Oh my god.
Oh,
Can't take a
players
screenshot
with
now.
Great new manager.
Huh?
Great new manager. Who should I be? Old guy, this guy. Why is there two white people and no...
What?
I legit booted up Ultimate Team. There's legit two white dudes and the rest are black fellas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, where's all
Sure.
the white dudes out?
For managers? Or players?
Yeah. Many.
Alright, what are you doing manager for?
I don't
How
know.
about ultimate team?
That's what I mean.
Is it?
Hoping. Yeah.
Oh, so it's actual coaches then.
Create new manager or player's real manager.
You're doing manager mode, you're not doing ultimate team. Go back to the menu.
Yeah, ultimate team. Enter. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
Oh.
You went to manager mode, didn't you? You can't do anything, can he? Jesus. You don't pick a manager when you start. What the fuck? You pick a country and all that. Pick a manager. What? What are you doing? Fuck.
I'm going with Arsenal.
Oh.
Fuck her, yeah.
I think we can do it 86. And then
Choose a badge. I don't know.
just choose any, mate. Doesn't matter. Whichever one you like, man.
Chelsea.
Sacrilege. Yeah, Arsenal.
As an EA Play member, you can now open your Supercharge pack.
What? You got EA Play?
What?
You got EA Play on your PlayStation?
No, because I would have just got it without paying it.
Yeah, but you don't get the Ultimate Edition EA Play, I don't think. Should have just changed the edition. Probably get it for free, mate.
No, because I went on to the normal SC, like SC 25, and it said $100 or
Mohammed.
play.
What's up, Mohammed? Yeah, but the Ultimate Edition is a special edition. It's not a normal edition. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
4,600 SC points or whatever.
Yeah. So you can get a pack for that.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay, sir. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Why? Get the ball, mate.
What are you playing for? You gotta do your packs, man. When I first got it, I didn't play for like hours. I was in the menus.
Is very long.
Very long? What do you mean? You mean very low? Is that what you're trying to say? You know, long means something else. Long.
Oh. Apparently I was doing the challenge.
Huh? Challenge? What challenge?
I'm so confused. I don't know what I'm doing.
Can't take him anywhere, guys. Give us 200 storage already, EA. EA.
Fix your game.
EA. Just a quiet night, mate.
Just a quiet one.
Just a quiet one. Just chilling out, mate.
Chilling in ball.
Chilling.
Not meant to.
Dave Rich don't know what he's doing. First he went just quick play and then he went bloody manager mode. Now he's there but he doesn't know what he's doing. He's got to build his team. He's got to go into the store and open up his packs. He should have some free packs as well. Probably a little green dot up the top that says store. You go into it and you open the packs.
That's right. I mean little.
Oh, good, mate. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing well.
There's the green dot that says store. Hey.
Yeah. Yep. There's a little green dot up there.
Jojo will hobro.
Hobra. Pete's come in with his Spanish What's that, Pete?
With his pizza.
In English, Pete. English, Pete. Hopra. What'd you call me? Hopra. What's going on, Pete? Pete.
Two new shorts.
Oh, you coming in here to talk about your content, Pete? Come on, mate. Come on, Peter. I'm good, thanks, mate. How are you? At least say hello before you start talking about your content, man. Come on. Come on, man. One job. Put a link to your YouTube and your kick as well. People can go on there. Beep. Where is it? Where is it? Where's it, Pete?
And I'm fine, no bomb can stop me now. ピート、お前の仕事はそれだけだったのに。
Pito. Oh, when's the last time you commented, Pete? Shit, man.
Ola at its average. One
Oh,
job,
man.
Peter, haha.
Good job, mate. Shorts. Let's have a look at shorts. Huh? Funny door glitch.
It's okay, we all been there, I've been there. I was the worst self-promoter.
Oh! Oh! Is that what you posted, Pete? Ah,
Some old clip I got.
car glitch madness.
Remember, I used to self-promote.
Yeah, I'm not talking about it, mate. Just let it go.
Ranga in the second one.
Oh, this one.
Want to possibly die, I suggest get the fuck out and watch me. Okay, go for a beat. Next one, yes! Under the map I go, come on! Tenania! I'm under the map! I'm under the map! Fuck you all!
Raya!
Whoa. You're not under the map, you're above the fucking map.
I'm flying down below and see you fuckers later! Get him 25 points to go.
I don't even know if
25
that's
points
a
to
good
go.
card or not.
Ah? Nice, Pete. Nice, Peter. Raya's a legend, mate. Legend. Legend.
We love Ranga.
Yep. Yep. Bresley. What's up, Bresley? Yeah. On the tube. Happy hump day, mate. Why is it loading so slow, man? You do a title update and the game runs like fucking ass. 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 If you're coming in for a watch on the YouTube, hit that like. Give it a share. If you want to join the Panda Club, $1.49 Australian, mate. Cheapest chips. Cheapest chicken food, mate.
Probably the cheapest thing you can get it nowadays.
Well, I think Kick's like $7.50. It's more than a cup of coffee. Even the tier 2 Panda Crew, it's still cheaper than a cup of coffee. $4.99. Panda Kingdom's getting up there a little bit. $6.99. That's yeah, it feels dead, man. Even the Penthest was saying in the milestones where you put in some more challenges and stuff. Just a grind, man. Let's get what? Deep at night. Deep at night. Deep at night. Oh, Pete, I gifted some memberships. I was trying to check how to change how many you gift. And it just gifted them. But it was the highest level, like the second highest level. Wouldn't eat it. Oh, clue it. Is that right, mate?
Yeah.
Is that right, mate?
Bedtime's cool.
10 o'clock. Oh, Grandpa.
I'm always.
Grandpa Rich.
Thanks for the games.
Alright, mate.
Go watch some YouTube and then go to sleep.
That sounds good to me. You have a good sleep. Take some games.
LOL. Boss Dog got a membership now.
What the fuck? Forrest Gump, just came into the chat. I didn't invite you, Forrest.
Yeah, you did.
I did it. Never go full. Oh, damn.
Never know.
What? Oh my god.
I did.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh no. Righto. thought you were going to bed. Shit. Fucking hell. Guess not. Found a second win.
I do deep.
Yeah, boy. You go. Oh, is that what you're doing? Fucking weirdo. The fuck? He did it.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy. How late are you, Anita?
I just held me nose and talked to Haha.
Help me nose. Help me nose. Done.
fuck everybody. Fuck Face Clan. Fuck the fourth floor. Fuck OTK. Fuck everybody. I'm just gonna start being a solo streamer. I never needed anybody. They needed me. At the end of the day, I was always supporting them, but they never supported me at the end. So fuck all these people, bro.
Ever in my life. We got a 24-hour Nando's restaurant at the crib. That's the Nando's. Hey, I need that right now. 24 hours.
Fine, I'll take 2 mushroom orders.
Dave!
Oh. Dude, this is goddamn. Dude, you're Chest
Oh! The fuck? Yeah, I looked at. Yeah, I'm not in. Yeah, no worries, mate. See ya, brother. Bye-bye. We sleep, man. Oh. Oh. Ramirez, vamos. Very nice. Oh. Ugh. Oh. Ain't no way, boy. Ain't no way, boy. Ain't no way, boy. Van Guess. Jim. 2 in a row. What's going on? Ugh. Think about unplug it and replug it in. Oh, turn the Xbox on. Get in the hole. Fuck. Get on. Couldn't go the hat trick. Oi! What is going on? EFL. Oh, pick. A double. The butler. Hey. 2 dupes, but 97 dupes, not too bad. Wow. Oh. 7. Oh my god. Doesn't stop. How good. Then I'm in my mind I'm saying I'm getting off the game, and then EA's like, well, wait a minute. How about this? How about this? How about this? How about this? How many jokes? How many? 14. $14. Another 50. Turbo. It's a good use. Good enough for 2, I think. Just getting them picks. Heaps, man, heaps. The 85's not that good though. Oh, how many 86s do we have left? 2 more. I feel like playing NBA. Weird. Terrible. They don't fit. They don't fit. Just can't get rid of him. Just can't do it. You like some true crime? True crime? Still recording a video. Oops. 1 hour. I'll probably cut some of that. Alright, I'll be back. I'll put on some true crime, boys.
We're still digesting the shocking and controversial plea deal that will put Bryan Kohberger behind bars for the rest of his life. The man charged with killing 4 University of Idaho students will be spared the death penalty if this plea deal goes through. So many people, including the families of some of the victims, are shocked. They're asking for the court to reject this deal. Why would the prosecution make a deal when they had a mountain of evidence, it seems, that could have sent Kohberger to the firing squad? We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Jury selection was set to begin in the trial of Bryan Kohberger little more than a month from now on August 4th. But then yesterday, this bombshell drops that Bryan Kohberger will not stand trial because he's accepted a plea deal. Under this deal, Kohberger is pleading guilty to all the charges he faces: the murders of Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogen, Zena Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. Kohberger will serve 4 consecutive life sentences, and he also gets the maximum 10 years on a burglary charge. As part of this deal, he can't appeal, so if this goes through, that is it. Kohberger, though, gets to live out his days in prison, not on death row in Idaho, where he could have been put to death by firing squad. Not only is it shocking that this is how the criminal case could end, but we're also learning about how this deal was negotiated over the past several days and the communication that prosecutors say they had with family members of some of the victims. And when I tell you what prosecutors did, you may understand why those family members are so upset. I'll get to that in just a moment, but let's talk about how we got to this point and take a look at the massive amount of evidence that prosecutors were going to be armed with if this case had gone to trial. Testimony was going to begin on August 18th in Boise. Now, if you've been following this story, you know what happened inside this house on King Street in the college town of Moscow, Idaho, on November 13th, 2022. How could any of us forget? It was in the early hours of the morning, and if this plea deal goes through, we can say Bryan Kohberger entered this house and killed those 4 students. According to police, the students were killed between 4 and 4:25 in the morning. It wasn't until later that morning, just before noon, that the surviving roommates called 911 for what they thought was one of their roommates not waking up after a night of drinking.
911, location of your emergency.
Something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay. And is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys.
Thanks to Freak Destroyer 36 for hosting with 6 viewers.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address?
Thanks, mate.
Then on that call,
Hey, Gavin.
one of the surviving roommates tries to explain what they say they saw early in the morning.
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the
That's just train, mate.
passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Hi, this is
And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, but we gotta go check. But we have to. Is he passed out? She's not waking up.
When police arrived, they found those 4 friends dead. They had all been stabbed to death.
Crazy.
Later, we would learn one of the surviving roommates said
That's the game's freak destroyer.
house early in the morning and that he had bushy eyebrows. For weeks, police investigated without making an arrest, but they had more evidence than they were letting on. On December 30th, they announced they had arrested a 30-year-old PhD criminology student from nearby Washington State University. His name was Brian Kohberger.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Bill Thompson. I'm the Latah County prosecutor. And it's sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time. As Chief Fry indicated,
Huh?
a criminal complaint
The fuck
was
says
filed
that?
yesterday here in Latah County.
Sad to be,
Defendant Mr.
happy to
Kohberger
be.
with 4
What?
counts of first-degree murder, in
Fuck?
addition to felony burglary, which involves entering the residence with the intent to commit the crime of murder.
Kohberger was originally from Pennsylvania. He was arrested at his parents' house in the Poconos. Here's video from when he was flown back to Idaho after his arrest. 2 weeks before his arrest, though, police had pulled him over twice in Indiana while he was driving back for winter break with his dad cross country. Before we get back to this episode of On the Case, I want to bring you a law and crime legal alert. Did you know that children under 21 are being diagnosed with serious conditions like type 2 diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and there's research potentially linking culture processed foods to these outcomes. Our partners at Morgan & Morgan are stepping in to fight to hold food companies accountable. With decades of experience fighting large corporations, they're ready to stand up for families who deserve justice. So if your child under 21's been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes or non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, go to www.forthepeople.com/food. You can also scan the QR code on your screen or click the link below for more
I think that's only in America, though.
Here's body cam video from the first traffic stop, and you can see Kohberger behind the wheel. Then, here's the second traffic stop by Indiana State Police later that day.
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. He was right up on the back end of that van. Pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay. Cool. Where are you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU, and we're standing early.
What's WSU?
Yeah, I go to the university basically. You're listening to this incident that was occurring with the shooting incident. That is SWAT team area.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh,
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're slightly punched because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours to drive. Well, almost a day.
Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
Yeah,
something?
there was a mass shooting and everything. We don't know if it's
Where?
This was
Come on, man.
Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying because you go to the university, you know what I mean?
So y'all work at the university there? Or?
I actually do work there.
Oh.
PhD in criminal.
Okay. Okay.
But we've learned over the more than 2 years
Why would he bring that
since
up?
his arrest that Brian Kohberger was not some college kid who needed his dad to ride with him for company on a trip home for Christmas. Police say in the bed of victim Madison Mogan, law enforcement found a knife sheath. Law enforcement tested the sheath and the DNA came back and matched Brian Kohberger. Beyond the DNA match, Brian Kohberger's Amazon purchase history showed that he bought the exact same kind of knife sheath in 2022, months before the murders. Kohberger's defense tried to argue that the sheath should be thrown out as evidence in this case if it went to trial. One of the reasons
What?
they argued could have been that it was planted. They also said that the genetic genealogy techniques that matched Kohberger's DNA was shaky. The judge didn't buy that, ruled against the defense in March of this year. Brian Kohberger's shopping also included another key piece of evidence, a balaclava ski mask. Kohberger bought one from Dick's Sporting Goods in 2022. It is the same kind of mask that a surviving roommate described the intruder with bushy eyebrows wearing the morning that her friends were killed. Perhaps his defense could argue that you need a mask like this if you were to survive a winter in the Pacific Northwest. But let's face it, the evidence at this point was piling up. Then let's go to the cell phone data. This is a map of where prosecutors believe Brian Kohberger may have traveled on the night of the 13th. Kohberger's phone pinged a cell tower that showed him south of Pullman, Washington, around 2:47 in the morning. Then, 4:48 in the morning, he was close to the murder scene in Idaho. His defense tried to argue in motions that Kohberger was just a night owl. He loved to go out for long drives and gaze at the stars, but we can see the evidence here mounting more and more. Then you have the wave of evidence that came down over the last month through an episode of NBC's Dateline. The episode detailed more evidence that prosecutors had in this case, including a new video of a car driving around Moscow near the murder scene that resembled Kohberger's on the night those 4 students were killed. It was a white Hyundai Elantra, potentially the same car that Kohberger is seen driving here in a traffic stop on the campus of Washington State on October 22nd, less than a month before the murders.
'58.
I stopped you, man, when you were driving by me there, you were a little too close to back that semi. About one car between you and the back of this trailer. We're about one car going 10 miles an hour, so we're going 60 or 70 miles an hour. We're about 6 or 7 cars. Oh, you guys did? Yeah, and you said that.
Not only was Kohberger's car potentially spotted on camera, one of the victims, Zener Kernodle, ordered food around 4 o'clock in the morning on DoorDash. That's right before police say she was murdered. That DoorDash driver says she saw Kohberger.
Jimmy, this is 2 different ones. Jordan's not talking to me. Please. Are you coming?
This is body cam video we received over the past 2 weeks. It's of a woman who was arrested in Washington State, and she claimed that she was the DoorDash driver. This is her being interviewed after she was arrested for DUI.
And then now I have to testify. Make murder case too, so yeah, because I'm a DoorDash driver, so yeah.
You have to testify in which murder case?
Murder case with the college girls.
Oh.
I'm a DoorDash driver, I saw Brian there.
Random?
This woman says that she saw Brian Kohberger with her 2 eyes at the scene on the morning of the murders. She would be a key witness if this case were to go to trial, even though you could assume the defense would try to discredit her based on the substance abuse challenges that she says that she's had. But then come the selfies. This is one prosecutors were prepared to use as evidence. Kohberger smiling in what appears to be a bathroom. This was taken in the hours after the murders. Prosecutors plan to use it to show just how bushy Kohberger's eyebrows were to match up with that eyewitness account from inside the home of that surviving roommate. Not only that, prosecutors say Kohberger's phone had pictures saved of college-aged girls who went to the University of Idaho and Washington State. Some of them were friends of and social media followers of the 3 girls killed in the King Street home. That's all according to the episode on NBC's Dateline. And here's more. Kohberger also searched on social media about serial killer Ted Bundy. Perhaps the defense could argue that it was all just
He searched that because he's
as he was working towards his PhD in criminology. One piece of evidence that
He's,
the prosecution, though, would not have
His
if this
professor
motivated trial is the
actually
home on King Street. It was demolished in
did
December
interviews with
2023
Ted
after the
Bundy.
University of Idaho bought the home. The school said that law enforcement and prosecutors were able to inspect the house before it was taken down, but the family of Kaylee Gonsalves criticized this move. The school said that they were doing it because it was a grim reminder of the murders. But you have to wonder, could it have been a place that prosecutors could have brought the jury if this case had gone to trial? In the days after the murders, as the story gained national attention, prosecutors also say internet search history shows that Bryan Kohberger watched content about the murders that had happened in Moscow, even watched content here on Law and Crime. Throughout the lead up to the August trial date, Kohberger's defense tried to get a lot of the evidence that we've been talking about excluded from a trial, but many of their motions were denied. This past week, the judge denied the defense the ability to present an argument that there are other people who should be looked at as the suspect for these murders. If found guilty at trial, Kohberger would have faced the death penalty, and in Idaho, that is by firing squad. The defense tried to argue
Can't
that
believe they got
Kohberger's
firing
autism
squad.
spectrum, and therefore he should be excluded from the death penalty, but the judge denied that motion as well. So let's get into how this plea deal came about. According to ABC News, it was the defense that came to the prosecution last week asking to be presented with an offer. In their letters to families, prosecutors say they met with family members and then they made a formal offer to the defense. And victims' family members are not happy about it. Kaylee Gonsalves' family posted on Facebook within minutes of the news of a deal going public that they're mad. They went on to say, quote, "I would like to clarify a couple of things. We did talk to the prosecution on Friday about the possibility of a plea deal, and it was a hard no from our family. Sunday night, we received an email that sent us scrambling. We immediately jumped into panic mode and started making phone calls and sending emails. We met with prosecution again today to reiterate our views on pushing for the death penalty. Unfortunately, all of our efforts did not matter. We did our best. We fought harder than anyone could ever imagine. Please do not argue or try to tell us that we should have done this or that. We gave it 200% for the last 2 years and 7 months. One day, we will tell you all what we have really been through from day one. You will all be shocked. We fought a long battle, but we lost the war. We did gain an army of love that we know will always stand by us. We have so much love for each and every one of you. You all gave us strength when we felt like we couldn't take another step, called us off the ledge when we were ready to wave the white flag, and most
Hope you had a good
importantly,
stream, Freak
prayed for us
Destroyer.
when we were in utter despair and hopeless. So much love to all of you." Zena Kernodle's aunt told TMZ that she too is angry. She met with the prosecutors as well, and she said she told them no to a plea deal. In their letters to families announcing the deal, prosecutors say they moved forward with the deal to spare families a trial and years of appeals that could come with a death penalty sentence. Let's dive more into this recent development out of Idaho with retired FBI agent Bobby Chacon. Bobby, I know you've been talking about this case for many years, as so many of us had. Just first, what was your reaction when you heard of this plea deal last night?
You know, I was a little surprised. I think, it's late in the game. The trial's getting close, and he was denied. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised because he was denied an extension. The defense was losing a lot of its pretrial motions, and those are the motions that they kind of try to position themselves for good things for them at trial, and they kept kind of losing those pretrial motions. And so I think that they got to the point where they felt this might be the better deal, considering that the death penalty was still on the table.
Right, and in Idaho, it could have been the firing squad. Though, who knows when that would have happened if he was found guilty of that, with just how the appeals process works. I don't know what it's like to be a prosecutor, the pressure that they are under, especially in a high-profile case, but you do have family members of some of the victims who have come forward saying that this is not what they wanted. In your experience, what type of impact do the wishes of a family have when making a decision like this where, look, at the end of the day, Bryan Kohberger, if this goes through, is going to spend the rest of his life in prison and there's no appeal process or anything like that?
Yeah, it's interesting. And not to sound, callous, but, I was an investigator. My job was always to get the bad guy off the street and into jail. And I never really considered myself a victim's advocate. My focus was almost solely on the perpetrator. and I worked with prosecutors who felt the same way. While we did, always consider the families of the victims, and we had victim witness counselors and specialists that dealt with the family, and so it's different because the prosecutors do not work for the families; they work for the people of the state of Idaho, and keeping them safe and taking this guy off the street and not risking him ever getting out again is part of their job. And and prosecutors often loathe the term slam dunk case because there never really is. I've taken several of my investigations that I was sure I had what would be considered a slam dunk case to trial. And once that jury gets it, I was very surprised, in fact, especially my first few trials, how uncomfortable I was when those 12 people disappeared in the back of the courtroom. And I'm like, well, they could decide anything they want. I've been living this case 3, 4, 5 years. I've investigated it. I've interviewed everybody. I've done the surveillance. But now it's up to 12 people who knew nothing about the case, knew nothing about the people before this trial started. And it's a very, uncomfortable feeling that it could go either way. And so, the prosecutors felt in this case that they had a very strong case. And they felt like taking Brian Kohlberger out of the public, will keep the people of Idaho safer in the long run rather than going to trial. And quite frankly, you never know what might happen at trial.
Yeah, and again, I mean, they have filed so many motions over the past several years trying to exclude evidence. And even if that wouldn't have led to a conviction, I could see where the prosecution would say the amount of appeals that his team could file for decades to just string this thing out. I do understand that perspective, and I understand the family's frustration as well, because they have had to live this, and they'll live it for the rest of their lives. But they also, this trial, jury selection was going to begin on August 4th. And I think about the evidence too that prosecutors had in this case and what they could have had in a trial. For you as an investigator, if you had to say this was the damning piece of evidence, the smoking gun, if you will, for Brian Kohlberger, what stands out to you?
I think I would have to say the DNA on the sheath, the button on the sheath that was left, the knife sheath that was left in the victim's bed, covered in blood. And I think that was probably for me, the single biggest damning piece of evidence, because even the eyewitness that they have, saw bushy eyebrows, but that's not a face-to-face identification. So even, an eyewitness identification can be very shaky sometimes when the person gets on the stand under, pretty talented cross-examination. So I think the most damning piece of evidence, if I had to just put one at the top, it would be that DNA on the button of the knife sheath that was clearly the murder weapon in the bed with the victim, and Brian Kohlberger's DNA on that sheet. That puts him at the murder scene. I think and it's scientific. It really can't be subject to too much cross-examination. They can try to kind of damage it or dirty it up, but I think to me, that was the single biggest piece of evidence.
In putting this episode together and revisiting the last couple of years and what's come out since Brian Kohlberger was arrested, but then, not that I forgot, but you just remember that time after it happened and there was the shock of what took place at the house. And then there was that moment where there were just a lot of questions for law enforcement of, are you ever going to catch the person who did this? And then there's the announcement that comes on December 30th that they have him. But for as much heat as law enforcement took at that time, they had the sheet, they were connecting it through DNA. You remember the Indiana State Patrol that as he was making his trip back, they do that traffic stop. As an investigator, how do you reflect on that time and how law enforcement kept so much close to the vest as they were facing a ton of criticism, not just from the community in Moscow, but really everybody across the country?
Well, except me, I guess, because I was pushing back on a lot of that criticism. It happened so quickly. This was a very complex crime scene, a multiple murder, and then in hindsight, a perpetrator that had no known connection to the victim. That's a very difficult case. And, these cases don't get solved that quickly. And so when even some of the family started, the cops aren't moving quick enough. I'm like, in the end, he was arrested to me in lightning quick fashion. I mean, that is a very short period of time. If you look at a case like the Delphi, Indiana case with report two little girls killed. It was 5 years before they made an arrest, and that's not uncommon. So a case like this with a very complicated crime scene, they had one piece of DNA. I think that they moved very quickly in this case. The arrest, certainly, if you look at the average murder case, the arrest came fairly quickly. Of course, most murderers, if they're connected to their victims, it happens quicker. But when you have a perpetrator that has no known connection to the victim, this happens rather quickly. And I think that there was great police work done in this case to bring Brian Koberger, in custody that quickly.
And then even beyond just the knife sheath, which DNA connects to him, Amazon shows that he had bought the knife sheath. Then you add in the cell phone location, the Dateline episode comes out showing the selfie, shows the video. It just seems like it was this mounting, the evidence just continued to mount over time. One piece of evidence that prosecutors won't have is the house, because that was destroyed by the university. I think of, had this gone to trial, taking the jury into that home, how that could have had an impact on them if you were prosecutors. What did you make of the decision to destroy the house ahead of a trial?
Yeah, I didn't mind it at all, because not every jury actually goes to the scene of the crime, and I'm not a big fan of that move anyway. I think that, juries can kind of read into too much if they get... Now, remember that they were, crime scenes traditionally have extensive photographs. In this case, they did laser line scans. They could have put a 3D rendering in the courtroom of that entire house that probably could have given you as good a view as if you were there yourself. I think the emotional weight of being in a crime scene may outweigh the benefit. And so, I think you can bring, and they often do bring that crime scene into the courtroom through photographs, through video, and now they have these 3D renderings they can do with computers that kind of could put that jury right into the crime scene itself, rather than just kind of staying there in, you're standing there in the place where it comes. To me, it's a little macabre. And I think the benefit of that is not great compared to the fact that juries can kind of do their own scientific analysis, which you don't want them doing. That's not their job. And so I think that, they took a lot of photographs, they did a lot of renderings, and I don't think that would have necessarily impacted the case again. And also you have to remember, this is private property. It belongs to somebody. You're going to unduly burden a property owner with having to hold on to this for, this trial was actually going to happen quickly, but it could have been extended, even much further than this. So I don't think it was really that terrible a decision to allow the property to go. They got every piece of evidentiary value out of that location that they were going to get anyway, other than the jury actually walking through it, which I don't think is a big benefit.
You've investigated some really bad people in your career. That comes with the line of work and working in the FBI, and Brian Koberger is going to be a name that I don't think people are going to forget for a long time. What are some of the big questions you still have about him, and what led up to these murders, that if he accepts this plea, that he is admitting that he did?
Yeah, and I think the important thing, and everyone should remember, he's going to have to allocute on the record. What that means is he's going to have to stand up in front of a judge, on the record, and it's got to be recorded, and he's got to admit what he did. He's got to admit that he did all of the elements of the crime that constitutes the crime that he's pleading guilty to. So he has to admit to the murders. Now, we may not get every single detail, but we're going to have to get a lot of details, and different judges required the defendants to kind of go into a little more detail than other judges. But, we're going to hear from Brian Koberger himself on the record about what he did. He's got to admit that on the record. They have to have it, as part of the court record. He's got to admit it. The judge may question him about, pull more facts out of him, because I've seen defendants allocute to crimes and they don't want to admit the whole thing. And the judge says, no, you have to tell me what you did. You have to tell me this, this, and this, because you have to meet the elements of the crime according to the statute of that state. And so we're going to find out from Brian Koberger himself on the record, what he did. That might not include motive, because motive oftentimes is not an element of the crime of murder, unless it's a hate crime or something like that. So we may not end up knowing that, but we're certainly going to know the physical acts that he carried out, to commit these murders. And so some of the mystery of his movements through the house and that we've been kind of speculating about, hopefully those things are going to be answered. The sequence is going to be answered. The why of it may or may not come through, but I've always considered the why you know, when you have a psychopathic murderer, their whys are not going to be any satisfying to us at all anyway. So I think we're going to find out his movements through the house, how it actually went down once he gets on the record and has to allocate to these crimes.
And when he goes on the record, because though he's been in court for a ton of hearings, it's usually, yes, you know, one word type confirming he was there, and then his attorney does the talking. In the type of hearing we're expecting tomorrow in Boise, is he going to have to say more? Is he going to have to address the family members who may be in the gallery?
Yeah, it all depends on the judge. He may put the allocution off to another date, or he may take it tomorrow. I hope he takes it tomorrow, and so that then everything can be kind of settled. I don't know what the status is because each state is different. I don't know what the status is of victim impact statements are on a plea deal like this. Normally, when someone's sentenced, prior to sentencing, a judge will hear those victim, or a jury will hear those victim impact statements, and they're really geared towards, you know, urging a heavier sentence usually. In this case, there is no heavier sentence. He's going to get what he's going to get. As you said, he's going to get life without the possibility of parole and waive all appeals. So those victim impact statements, I don't know if they're going to be given, but if they are, they're not going to impact the sentencing, so to speak, because, you know, he's already agreed to take the highest sentence possible, which is life with no parole, no appeal. So I don't know what we're going to hear tomorrow. The judge could put it off because the plea deal is brand new. The judge might want to review the deal. But it could be anywhere from delaying it till, you know, another day next week or whatever, or it could be tomorrow. Well, we hear from Brian Koberger himself about what he did that night.
And I know you're not an attorney, but as I mean, you know these cases as well as anyone. I know the family of Kaylee Gonsalves is calling on people to call Judge Hippler and tell him to reject this plea deal, which a judge theoretically could do. In your experience, what is the bar that a judge is looking for in accepting a plea deal as fair?
Okay. Well, actually, I am an attorney.
Oh, there we go. I apologize. I feel like I knew that too. I was saying it, and I was like, wait a second. But no, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Well, that helps
So,
then. Sure.
I mean, the judge, you know, and again, every judge is different, but the judge really just has to kind of check off that everything was done properly procedurally. There is criminal procedure that has to be followed. So they're going to look at whether the right representations were made, whether he's doing this under duress, not under duress. He's going to look at, you know, the basically what we call the four corners, the square of the deal. And the judge doesn't usually put himself in the position of this is a good deal or not a good deal. That's the prosecutor's discretion. The prosecutor has the discretion to enter into this deal. It's only if it's an improper deal. In other words, if they improperly coerced the deal, or they didn't tell the defense all of the things they had, any exculpatory material and discovery, things like that. So the judge really isn't there to pass judgment on whether the prosecutor should have made the deal or not, because that's, again, prosecutor discretion. That's what the prosecutor's job is. And so, and believe me, because there are certain systems overseas in Europe and things like that where the judges make the deals, where there are no juries, and you have a 3-judge tribunal a lot of times hold the trial. But in this case, I think the judge will look just to make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and that everybody's kind of met their burden, that the defense has met its burden of reviewing and doing right for their client. So, you know, he can't later argue an ineffective assistance of counsel thing, which, you know, is not a direct legal appeal issue, but you can say, hey, my attorneys kind of told me to go into this deal and they were wrong and it was a bad deal. So the judge will make sure that Brian Koberger's rights were protected by his attorneys in this process, and they'll make sure that the prosecutors acted properly in providing all the information and providing the right deal. And so I don't think the judge will enter into whether or not the judge personally feels that this is a deal that should have been made or not made.
And with that, it was the defense that approached the prosecution. So their ability to present a defense, if this has gone to trial, of, well, wait, there's all these other suspects that police should have looked at, not our guy, Brian Koberger, that gets denied. And then apparently the defense reaches out to the prosecution and says, hey, make us a deal, make us an offer. How common is it that that's the way that these things play out?
I think it's pretty common in these cases where, you know, you're looking at a possible death penalty. I mean, I think it's almost malpractice if a lawyer doesn't at least see what the deal might be offered. Like, hey, what can you bring it back to your client. He may reject it or accept it, but at least like see what the government might offer. Sometimes they say there is no offer, but at least you have to kind of request. And I think it's due diligence on the part of a defense attorney to at least reach out as you're losing these pretrial motions and you're realizing this evidence is going to go in front of a jury, this piece of evidence is going in front of the jury, that kind of thing. And so I think that it's due diligence for a defense attorney to at least go to the government and say, look, if my guy is willing to make a deal, what kind of deal would you be offering? And so at least you have that and you take it back to your client. Again, he can accept it or reject it, but I think it's you'd be doing your client a disservice if you didn't at least reach out and see what kind of deal it is and then relay it back to your client.
All right, Bobby Chacon, retired FBI agent and attorney. Thank you for taking the time to be with us on Law and Crime. It's always great to have you.
Anytime, thank you.
This plea deal is expected to be presented to a judge tomorrow in Boise. That will do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Spotify. I'm Chris Stewart. We'll see you next time. This former reality TV star is now accused of a chilling murder. Police say this is her walking her dog in the hours after she not only killed her boyfriend, she dismembered him. The body part police say they are still looking for and why they're calling on the public for help. We're On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. We are following a terrible story, a chilling story, and it's connected to a reality TV show you may remember from the mid-2000s called Beauty and the Geek. This is Tamika Chesser. She was once a contestant on this show. The show follows beauties like her, their words, not mine, and geeks, typically men who have to rely on their brains more than their looks in the eyes of the producers. These contestants then pair up and they take on challenges together. It was a show that was actually launched by Ashton Kutcher. It aired between 2005 and 2008 on the CW and WB in the United States. It also had a solid amount of international success. It aired in several other countries, including Australia, and that is where Chesser was a contestant. Let's roll a clip of her on Beauty and the Geek Season 2 in Australia from the show's YouTube page.
I'm the best person at making animal noises. And a dolphin.
It is hard to believe that the person you just saw making animal noises right there is the person who is accused in this terrible story. Police in Australia say on June 19th, they responded to an apartment around 3:30 in the afternoon for a fire. Inside that apartment, they found 39-year-old Julian Story dead. This was in Port Lincoln, Australia, the southern part of the country.
Port Lincoln.
Quote, it was a confronting scene for police and emergency services personnel as Julian's body had been dismembered. Julian's head had been removed during the dismemberment and despite extensive searches has not yet been located. Police say that Julian and Tamika were dating, but you look at her social media, you think of the success she had as a public person, you wonder, would she be the suspect? Would she be the person who would be accused of his murder? How could that happen? Well, police released several pictures of someone in this case who was a person of interest. They were cloaked in black, they were walking a dog. Police say that Julian was killed around midnight, and then they responded to the fire mid-afternoon around 3:30. You also see this video of that person cloaked in black walking across the street with their dog. Police say the person you see in these pictures and in that video, that is the same person that you saw on that corny reality TV show more than 15 years ago making dolphin sounds. The same person who allegedly killed their boyfriend, then dismembered him, putting his head somewhere that police are still trying to find, and they're asking for the public, if they were in this part of Australia, to give them tips on where she may have left that part of her boyfriend's body. Now, Tamika's last post on Instagram was in 2003. Her family says she went down a dark spiral in recent years. 9 News Australia spoke to family members who say she had significant mental health issues. There are videos out on social media that you'll be able to find if you search, where you'll see that she's had outbursts at local bars. She now has a shaved head. Very different from the pictures that we have from her social media that's still public of the person many people remember her as because of the success she had as a reality TV star. One of her last posts was this message. This was from 2023 saying, be the reason why people believe in beautiful souls, kind hearts, and good energy. Never stop being a good person. Again, that was 2023, but now if you look at that post, commenters are pointing out just how this aged, considering what she is now accused of. Before we get back to this episode of On the Case, I want to bring you a law and crime legal alert. If you received a Depo-Provera birth control shot and were later diagnosed with a brain or a spinal tumor called meningioma, you may be eligible for a lawsuit. Our partners at Morgan & Morgan are investigating claims that patients weren't properly warned about this risk. It is free to check, takes just a few minutes. So scan the QR code on your screen or click the link below. Also, you can head to forthepeople.com/LCDEPO to see if you qualify. Right now, law enforcement are looking for Julian's head in a nearby body of water. 9 News reports Tamika has been arrested and she's currently being held at a mental health facility. She has not had contact with members of her family, and law enforcement have not, at this point, according to the media outlet, they have not been able to formally interview her, but she is being charged with Julian's murder. Julian's family released a statement to the public through police that reads, quote, on behalf of our family, we want to sincerely thank the South Australian Police, Emergency Services, and the first responders for their compassion and professionalism during this devastating time. We are navigating an unimaginable loss, and your care has brought comfort amid the chaos. We are also deeply grateful to our family and friends and this extraordinary community whose kindness and support have helped carry us through. Your prayers, presence, and quiet strength mean more than words can say. Joining us now to talk about this, former police commander and the host of Profiling Evil, Mike King. It's always great to have you, Mike. This is a case, we're talking about an international story, and I know you have actually done some work in Australia, so you're a great person to have to talk about how this investigation might go. But no matter what country this happens in, I mean, it's just a horrific case. It's an incredibly sad case. And you have this scene that police come upon where there was a fire and then a dismembered body. As an investigator, how do you handle that situation when you walk in through the door?
Well, I think a couple of things that are really important here is when you respond to something like this and there's a fire, number one, you obviously are going in and you're trying to make sure that people are safe inside. I don't know, there's not a report suggesting whether law enforcement was the first people through the door or a fire was the first people through the door. But regardless, they're going to first go to check that body and make sure that anyone inside is evacuated out and taken care of. Can you imagine for those police officers or firefighters walking in and finding a body that is missing its head?
Right. And so it happened, according to police, they believe the suspect or the victim in this case died around midnight. And then the call for the fire department was around 3:30. And yeah, to your point, a firefighter thinking they're responding to an apartment fire, and then they find that. Good example of how you just never know what's going to be behind a door in that line of work.
You're exactly right, Chris. And one thing to add is the complexity now for the investigator, because you have an exigent circumstance going on where that fire might still erupt and really be something that consumes the entire building. So what are you going to try to capture on imagery or capture from an evidentiary standpoint in those waning seconds or minutes that you might have? Now, if they were able to quickly contain the fire and they were confident that that crime scene was secure, then of course you have a lot more time. But they had to be making decisions about whether they try to remove that body knowing that the head is missing. Are they able to capture any evidence? Are they collecting any visual evidence, like running around with body cameras and maybe even their own mobile phones trying to get as much evidence as possible? But you're on a time limit that clock's going to expire pretty quick if that thing erupts into flames. So this is a terribly dangerous crime scene and a terribly dangerous situation for law enforcement, who undoubtedly at the same moment, if there is a fire still going, have to worry about evacuating an entire building.
Right, because this happened in an apartment building. My next question, it's morbid, but that's kind of the nature of this story. And how do you investigate a body that doesn't have a piece like the head? Or, you know, I know it was dismembered, but that was specifically the body part that police said they were still looking for.
You know, it gives me flashbacks. When I was a young patrol officer, I actually was called to the scene of a vehicle that was abandoned, and you could smell that there was something dead nearby. When I opened the trunk, there
Oh.
was a body in the trunk, and of course it was in a massive state of decomposition at that time, which these are just like smells you never forget, Chris. In this particular case, that wasn't the issue. There wasn't a smell, but there certainly would have been massive amounts of blood, knowing that there was a decapitation that occurred. And so immediately you start looking, number one, at preserving the evidence.
Yeah, we got her.
I
Got-
love
There's
soccer.
no one there to say
Got a lot
that
of
you can evacuate
pics.
and the
Yeah, not.
location is stabilized. Then you just kind of let everything
How's the
free
game
some
going?
time while you start
Goodbye,
collecting
good.
information. And you have to start thinking, when you look at the actual physical dynamic of removing that head, what would have caused that? And it is
Anita,
a
you're
terribly
late.
gruesome thing to think about, and our apologies to anybody that's listening who this is troubling to, but the reality is it is really difficult to do something like decapitate someone. That is not something like in the movies where someone wanders by with a samurai sword and just lops off something like you would maybe a piece of fruit off of a tree. It takes a lot of work. And I suspect, based on the fact that this woman who's being allegedly pointed to as the suspect in the case would have really had to work to make this happen. So you want to start figuring out how, in fact, did this happen? And you want to solve all the physical issues and the physical problems that you can first before you start looking into some of the behavior and the emotional motivations that might cause an injury like this or lead to a crime like this.
The suspect, Tamika Chesser, she was a reality TV star in Australia, and what stood out to me was looking at her Instagram, and it seems like late 2023, which is the last time she posted, things, at least, and I know social media can only be, part of the story for people, but it seemed like she was professionally doing what she did. She was a model, and she posts pictures as a model, but then after that, within the last 2 years, there's some sort of mental health breakdown.
Franco.
Has said she had mental health struggles. There were videos of her having outbursts. She had shaved her head. In your experience, I mean, how quickly, and I know you're not a doctor, but just how quickly can someone go from everything's normal to then having some sort of mental health condition, if that's what it is, that drives them to do something allegedly as gruesome as what she's accused of here?
I had the opportunity over the course of my career to be very close to Dr. Harold Burstein at Harvard Medical School. He's a psychiatrist, runs Harvard's program in psychiatry and the law, and I've had the opportunity to consult on cases with Dr. Burstein, and he taught me a couple of really important things when you start getting into this dynamic. And that, number one, is it could happen over an extended period of time, or it could happen instantaneously. And there are 1,000 different reasons why those two timetables might shift and change. It could be increases in stress over a lifetime, or it could be drug addictions or something where there's a physical response by something that has gone into the body. Or it could be that it's schizophrenia, and that all of a sudden, if you've ever had the opportunity to work with anyone who deals with schizophrenia, they could be talking to you one moment, having a very lucid conversation, but if they go into a schizophrenic mode, and again, please, folks, understand, I'm not a doctor. I'm just regurgitating what the experts have told me. They could immediately, instead of looking at you as a loved one, assume that you're a rabid dog preparing to rip their head off, and respond in a flight or fight mode. So we have to take into account, when we look at these kinds of things, that there are a number of things that could be brought into picture. We need to look at whether there is mental illness or some kind of psychoses like you're talking about, or whether it's just boils down to something like extreme rage or symbolic kinds of aggression that are going on. And of course, because I spent a career looking at things like cults, you have to think about, was there anything in here that is tied back to ritualism or some kind of fantasy that's predefined in the mind? And if you think about fantasy and reality is never as cool as fantasies. And we have legitimate fantasies, you and I. We want to be successful in our career. We want to hit a ball over the fence when we're playing softball on Saturday morning with the neighborhood. we want to do things and we fantasize about those. But imagine if your fantasies involve something like decapitation or some kind of real terrible bodily harm. And you think about it over and over again. And the thing about fantasy is it's never good enough, and it has to be at some point acted out. And so we have to think about those kinds of things when we're looking at these cases. So in reality, we got to just be this big old open book that's just absorbing as much evidence and information as we can to see what really paints the picture when it's all said and done.
And you worked in Australia in your career.
Yes.
And she is currently, according to Nine News in Australia, she's in a mental health care facility right now. How does this investigation, how could the legal system in Australia, from what you know about it, handle this case if it is a situation where it was truly a mental health episode and breakdown that led to this gruesome murder?
Well, I think their form of justice and investigative strategy would be the same as it is here in the United States or anywhere else in the world, given a few nuances. But bottom line is they're going to now, at this point, have to, number one, make sure that she is represented. I assume at this point she's asked for an attorney, even in her physical state or emotional state. But then you're going to have forensic examiners look at her. This is beyond what a normal police officer should be doing. This is where you get somebody who's a forensic psychologist maybe to walk through the process. But you still want, if they're open to being interviewed, to interview them and try to get the information you need for a criminal case, because it's a real fine line between being what many people might say mentally unstable or crazy in the old terms, to still understanding what society's standards are and choosing to violate them anyway. And it's something that I've talked about over and again. When we look at some of these people like Charles Manson, we could look at them and say, well, that guy's loonier than can be. But he still understood, in my opinion, what society's standards are, that it's against the law to kill people. And he still put apart a conspiracy to make that happen. And so we have to then be able to look at justice while showing enough compassion to say mental illness still needs to be preserved. Lori Daybell would be a perfect example, a period of time when she was mentally unstable to be able to provide any support in her own defense or to help in her own defense. But eventually
with great players, so
and
they understand.
didn't change the fact that she
Developing a great player from a 19-year-old into being an MVP, drafting, trading for him, so they done been through everything. Being even though we were the Seattle Sonics, we were an expansion franchise.
Is this, the physical evidence at the scene we've been talking about, you gather as much as you can, but then when it comes time to interview someone who is in a mental health care facility, maybe it's apparent to detectives pretty early that she is not in the right state of mind. How do you interrogate someone and try to get their side of what happened when they're not in a place mentally that a normal, or not normal, but someone who's not diagnosed with a mental health condition would be when being interviewed by law enforcement?
In those initial hours or maybe even days as you're developing a person as a suspect in the case, you might be able to interview them and get away with admissions that they might make, not necessarily confessions, or you may get somebody who stands on the rooftop and says, I did this. You're gonna try to collect as much information as an investigator that you can, but there's a point when you're gonna recognize too that whatever you collect, once it's deemed that that person is really having a difficult time putting thought together, that's when you want to bring experts in and really have that forensic examiner that can be a government forensic examiner or someone that you've hired to represent law enforcement's need with a set of questions, but they're going to know how to ask those questions in a way that aren't leading, but that really dig into what the psyche of the individual is, what their mindset is, what motivated them to commit the crime. And then the thing that really becomes important in these kinds of cases, in my opinion, Chris, are the things that happen after the crime. And if you'd like to talk about that, we could jump into that. But oftentimes we just think about, well, what happened up to the moment that in this case there was a decapitation? to me, what happened after is probably as important, if not more so.
Absolutely, because we have pictures from police of the suspect, who they say is Tamika Chesser, and she's dressed in black and she's walking down the street with her dog. There's some video where she's kind of just this quick strut across the street. And just what did you make of that? Because that was in the hours after the murder of Julian Stewart.
Jotsonsel, kagahoa oira jojonk ioiva I jot.
That she set something up to appear as though she's out for her morning walk, taking the dogs out, or going down to the local Piggly Wiggly to grab some snacks because they've been up all night partying or something. So we want to know what's going on at that point and what interaction she may have had with individuals along the way. Was she carrying something when she left? Because some of those pictures are kind of blurred, but was she carrying something when she left, but not carrying something when she returned, which would give us some indication of maybe the distance that she covered and where that, for instance, body part might be hidden. But in addition to that, the thing that I think we fail to forget sometimes, we're so focused on what's being said in these crime scenes that we forget to focus on what's not being said. And what's not being said is that after committing this homicide, there was something that suggests that I don't know what condition she was in when she was arrested. Did she have blood on her? Was her makeup all ski-wampus and looked like somebody who was psychotic?
Get real bands. Sucks a gamer.
All well cared for and appeared
Come here for real bands.
Continuity in the process. And then why on earth did she happen to just leave at the right time when that body was set on fire and the apartment was set on fire? And those are the kinds of things that point back to the fact that this wasn't a mistake somebody made and they went out to call 000, which is the number for 911 in Australia, but this person went out and tried to distance herself, if all of this is true, from the crime scene that would eventually burn and destroy all of the evidence. So to me, what's being said and not said after the crime
Headache
is probably as important, if not more.
JustRealBoostsNesna.com. Renabes.
No, and that's a really good point, because if the defense is the mental health, you do see some of these little steps along the way that add up, that one could argue that if she is guilty of this and she's the person responsible, that she knew in that moment what she was doing. She wouldn't say she was a big celebrity, but I guess she was known in Australia. It was kind of a corny reality TV show she was first on, and then she was a model for a period of time. In your experience, does that lifestyle contribute to the types of crimes that we're seeing? We don't know what a motive is in this situation. There's clearly some mental health issues, but you also just think of the life of a social media person and the stress that comes with it.
You know, we've seen a lot of social media creators who seem to kind of self-destruct over time as they fight for more and more viewers or subscribers or other things. So those are interesting characteristics to be considering in this kind of case. My experience is pretty darn limited to people who have been in soft porn or porn industries. Like she was involved in a lot of magazine exposés that I've read about anyway, whether it's all accurate or not. Was really into promoting herself, and again, there's a fine line between people like you and me who promote ourselves to go on and talk about a case and say, here's some expertise I have to share, and somebody who's doing it in that kind of a vein. My experience with those types of industries are much more limited than maybe somebody who works in Los Angeles in Hollywood district or something like that, where they're dealing with more of those personalities. So the thing that I think is so interesting is that while we start to get sucked into that kind of idea about the reality star or everything else, what we really need to do, at least from a police investigation standpoint, is forget all of that nonsense and focus on the elements of the crime. Was there a homicide? Was there premeditation? Was there an attempt to conceal evidence? Was there an attempt to stage the crime scene? And prove that this darn thing is a homicide first, and then add all that other stuff in, maybe even at sentencing, as aggravating kinds of factors that might have led and contributed to the crime. But law enforcement's job is to solve the elements of a crime. Can you prove that a murder occurred? And at that point, then let all the speculation go on to other people.
No, really well put there. Mike King, it's always great to have you on Law and Crime. I know you're doing this, and you just had a new book that was released that people can check out online. What can we know about it?
Oh, please check it out. It's called Wolves in Sheep's Clothing. And this story would be another one that perfectly works in this case. The idea is that criminals will reveal themselves, and we just have to be smart enough to be able to pick out the wolf who's dressed in sheep's clothing. And hopefully by doing that, we can reduce our own risk and the risk of those that we love.
No, really excited about that book. I'm excited to check it out. I did tweet out a link to it. You can find it at C Stewart News, which is my handle there on X. Mike King, always great to have you on Law and Crime. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Chris.
That will do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Spotify. I'm Chris Stewart. We'll see you next time.
He was a specialist in preventing the very crime he committed. He understood, better than almost anyone, the warning signs of abuse.
A detective who swore to uphold the law breaks it behind the closed doors of his home.
Those sweet children had no idea the nightmare that their lives had come that morning. And the monster in this nightmare was their father.
I go through the case of former detective John Bird and why he said he killed his beautiful wife.
Our relationship was definitely stressed.
Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. John Bird helped investigate crimes of domestic violence and stop them. He worked to put criminals behind bars, but now he's right where he helped put so many other people. He's in prison, and he's there because he murdered his wife, Elizabeth, the mother of his 3 beautiful children. It all went downhill on July 31st of last year in Mesa, Arizona, when police were called to the family home for a report of a possible missing person. According to court documents, the reporting party was a friend of John's wife, 43-year-old Elizabeth Bird, who grew concerned after she failed to show up to a gym class that they always attended together. When officers arrived at the home for the welfare check, they found a victim dead on the bedroom floor, prompting an investigation to search for a fleeing suspect. Detectives later tracked down her husband, 47-year-old John Bird III, driving a car registered to Elizabeth. What's scary about this is that John Bird worked as an investigator with the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. That's the prosecutor's office. Detectives brought Bird in for questioning for the first 22 minutes of the interrogation. John Bird remained alone with his thoughts in the room until detectives came in.
What's your last name? Oh, you guys already have the information.
Yeah, I just like to know who I'm talking to, and I always ask people who, because you're kind of like in the same business that we're in, right?
I was, yes.
Yeah, so it's just information. Like when we talk to someone, we say, hey, what's your name? We get your information and talk to you. So, what's your last name?
Am I supposed to talk without an attorney present to you?
I'm just asking your name. It's a normal thing. We can get. I haven't even gotten into any of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you know my name is. My name is Bird. Last name Bird. First name John.
So I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. What happened?
Yeah, I really would like to exercise my right to remain silent, though. I think that's probably a smart decision for me. That I'm an attorney.
Okay. Well, like I said, we don't beat people up and
sure, no, I understand.
Crazy. We just ask questions and see if we can get to the bottom of something.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Hang out here, and we'll get back with you. I got some things to go through. Appreciate it.
So as you can see, John wasn't too interested in chatting about what happened until the investigator comes back, asking him personal questions about himself Then he's an open book.
Tell me about yourself. Tell me about what's going on in your life. Tell me about your struggles. What's happening with you?
My struggles.
Chicken wings.
I definitely have mental health struggles.
Snitch will have a house
Talk
on me.
about what it stems from.
Hey.
Do you feel comfortable talking about what it stems from?
What are you eating?
Mental health issues, or is it
Nice, they look good.
incident that happened, or is it something from a long time ago or now?
Pretty good.
I mean, currently my mental health has not been very good. I've been seeking help.
Oh, sorry.
Making me hungry now, LOL.
Sorry.
It has not been good. It's just stress and anxiety. And that's what's been going on.
What's all that about, the stress and anxiety?
Take it back.
What's the stress and anxiety about? What's the major things that are happening?
It's all good. I'm used to it.
I have some, I'm having and had some health issues. And, that definitely brought on some stress in my life.
I see a bunch of other streamers eat food on stream that end up making me hungry sometimes.
Yeah.
This is a law and crime legal alert. Did you know that children are being diagnosed with serious conditions like type 2 diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and research is potentially linking ultra-processed foods to these outcomes? Morgan & Morgan is stepping in to fight to hold food companies accountable. With decades of experience fighting large corporations, they are ready to stand up for families that deserve justice. So if your child under the age of 21 has been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes or fatty liver disease, visit www.forthepeople.com/food or scan that QR code on your screen to learn more. John Bird goes on to explain how his health issues affected every aspect of his life, including his relationship with his wife of 18 years.
Our relationship was definitely stress. For sure.
What kind of things was she saying to you? Was she trying to help you through something? Was she irritated?
She definitely was trying to help. She was trying to help me get through a very difficult state of mind to deal with. It's been very difficult. You don't feel like yourself. You don't feel normal. You don't feel healthy. You're constantly in a spiral of just being stressed out. And yeah, those things are very, very difficult.
Now that the detective has him talking, he pivots to the incident.
Did you guys have any kind of physical altercation yesterday?
No, that's never happened.
Okay.
I can tell you that much in the eyes. That's never been a part of our relationship. Yeah, not at all.
Okay. So that's yesterday. Is there any?
So yesterday we had, like I said, we had different arguments. One was downstairs. Like I said, one was in our bedroom. One was downstairs in like the kitchen, living room area, and yeah, I would say pretty intense. Nothing physical, of course, but pretty intense.
So by the time evening rolls around, do you have dinner for the kids, and is everything going okay? Or?
Yeah, we had dinner. Yeah, it was dinner for the kids.
Okay.
The detective starts pressing harder, and the truth slowly starts to come out.
How did Elizabeth die?
Please.
How did Elizabeth die?
She died through
Who's already asked for an attorney? Do I not be?
you're asking me how she passed away.
Yes. In your estimation.
No, I mean it's not my estimation. You have, come on, take the stuff. Something what you don't know.
Well, and so I'll change. How did you kill Elizabeth? Was it an accident? I understand things just got out of control. And you're at a point where a switch just turns. And what happened when that switch turned?
Yeah, that's exactly correct. Yeah, the switch turned. Yeah, and when that switch
55.
turned, it turned from conversation to
Oh.
me,
Oh. Pardon me.
to me. It's really hard to say. It's hard to articulate. You know, it's hard to say what I know. What I know happened. What you know happened. That escalation definitely led to me sort of having I don't want to say a blackout. I'm not going to say I don't think it was a blackout. It was just a moment of I would just say just releasing frustrations, releasing my inability to do the things that needed to be done, as I said previously, and you know that led me to
The card design's pretty sick.
to use my hands.
Do that.
Yeah, because I'm to use my hands. And
Welcome along to an evening that was made for football. The pitch is in great order too. I'm Guy Mowbray and I'm joined by the former England striker Sue Smith for commentary. And with the atmosphere building up nicely, what a match this promises to be. It's Internacional. The referee spots the infringement.
use my hands, put pressure around her neck. And
oh,
we just went through that process of doing that.
Oh my god.
Where were you at that time when you had your hands around?
What the fuck?
We're in our bedroom.
On the bed.
It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's a Dan.
Probably think it was between the bed. Started off on the bed, and I think that's where it started. Was on
Usually it shows the
for the most part.
the replay twice, but only once.
When your hands were around her neck, was she facing you or facing you?
She was. She was facing me.
Bird tells the detective he's been diagnosed with a mild cognitive impairment, or MCI. He actually has trouble explaining how he felt after killing Elizabeth, who everyone calls Liz.
What was your thought process after that? Were you scared, worried, relieved?
No, I was very, how would I explain how I felt? I would say I felt,
And the referee sees that as a foul. Free kick to come. Franco Baresi. Really nicely played. What can they do with this then? And that's two for him today. A superb performance. They can't contain him.
I would say that I felt very similar to
Baresi.
just feeling not relief, not relief, not
Could turn out to be a really good ball.
story I'm looking for, not. I would say I felt very.
Ever closer to goal here. Oh, great work. What's next?
Very,
That's excellent work to come and take the ball away.
I'm just trying to find the word that best describes how I felt. More than anything, I felt like
That hasn't come to anything.
I wouldn't say I felt like
The fuck, man? Say how you felt. Fuck.
I just felt like a sense of
The fuck is wrong with this cunt?
Well, any chance has gone for now.
I would say I definitely felt like I would say that it was like sort of like a almost like a, so how should I, okay, here's how I can explain this. So the last, I told you about how the last, let's share with you how the last 5 to 6 weeks, there's been a lot of non-communication with everybody. Okay, it hasn't just, it's just been a depressive mode, the state, but also I think disassociation too. You know, when you're in a depressive mode, you're not really, and you're not sleeping, and you you know, have the an MCI like I do. That's really what changed just my thought patterns in general. Having mild cognitive impairment designation in the hospital, and I've been saying for several weeks, I'm like, you know, I'm not myself anymore. What I mean by that, detective, is I'm not. Like you're like you have a car and you have 8 pistons, only 1 or 2 is firing, and it's not just the cognition only. It's also the just your personality, your emotions. It's almost like they don't. It's like someone stripped that away, and that's how it's been for just many weeks. Now I can have a conversation with you, but that's about as far as I can go, as I can have a conversation. But in terms of feeling, in terms of having
Yeah.
you know, the feeling of connectedness, those kind of things. It's been, I would call it, I would say that part of my personality was basically, that wasn't existent. That was not existent. Like having the personality and the cognitive function to be able to feel, just to be normal, you know, to be caring, to be loving, to be compassionate, to be you know, women's rights and the things that I've always tried to stand for, you know, and have, you know, you know, that's my track record where I worked. You know, that was my track record, is how I was called the Panda, to speak with victim survivors and understand what they've been through because of the things that I went through as a child. So all of those things, and how I am, and how I treat my mom, and how I treated my wife, all of those things, just kind of like that person, that the heart condition, the mind, the emotions, that was, it kind of just disappeared over the last
No.
It just disappeared. I don't know if I'm explaining this right or expressing it clearly. Probably not.
Now keep in mind, Bird is usually on the other side of this situation, so you have to wonder, is he carefully choosing his words to protect himself, or truly remorseful for killing his wife with his bare hands?
However that worked, allowing my mind and my spirit and my body to go somewhere that was sort of like a dichotomy of who I actually am. I'm disappointed in that. I'm disappointed that of what I did. Disappointed at my actions.
Woo!
Disappointed at what that does.
Let's go.
To so many different people. You know, it's unspeakable. It doesn't even seem real in a sense. I don't know if that makes sense. And I'm just very disappointed. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in what what I did. You know, the decision that I made. And
yeah, headbutted him.
That's not something that I can, you know, I can't take that back. I can't take back kids, and you know how I treated them. You know, and how I wasn't forthright and honest with them. I mean, given the circumstances that I caused. It's just devastating.
That's the word. It's not easy, but you're honest.
It's devastating. You know, it's devastating.
Bird was arrested following the interrogation and 2 days later charged with second-degree murder. Even though he confessed in the interrogation, he pleaded not guilty. That's just how the process works. At the time of the murder, Bird was already on medical leave from the MCAO, but when he was officially charged with murdering Liz, the county attorney's office terminated him. 9 months after the death of Elizabeth, for reasons unknown, Bird decided to change his plea to guilty. Earlier this month, John Bird learned his fate. Now, before the court heard victim impact statements, Michael McDonald, a clinical therapist with Jewish Family and Children's Services, provided the judge with an update on Bird's son.
Mr. Bird's oldest child is my client. I have seen the child since last October for 13 talk therapy sessions. He has been struggling with complex traumatic grief, the loss of his mom, the loss of his dad, the loss of his community, which would include his peers, his friends, his school, his church. He's been relocated to another community. And as part of that grieving process, he has been having a difficult time
Only
expressing his
625.
emotions and is starting to really open up about those. I would say that part of that processing is recognizing, and what he has said to me directly, is the loss of choices and the loss of control in his life at this time. So he has been struggling. He is also a very bright, intelligent, engaged person in the world with so many gifts and skills, and he has great social support. I would answer any questions if there are any. Otherwise, it's
Three
great
more.
to companion this young man.
One
First
more.
victim impact statement
Two
came
more.
from
Two
Kimberly
more.
Moody, one of the best friends of Elizabeth Bird.
With my gratitude aside, I would like to bring some light to your courtroom today. It would be a joy to tell you about Elizabeth Marie Bird. She was called Lizzie, daughter, mother, friend, sister, but I called her Liz. She was a light. Her light was so bright that it almost blinded you when you were near her. My name is Kim. Liz called me Kimmy. I was Liz's best friend. I have really struggled figuring out a way to capture who Liz was and what she meant to me. We met when we were 11 and in the 6th grade. We grew up together. Through middle school, high school, and college, we were inseparable. We played sports together, we exercised together, we traveled together, and went to many concerts. I'll even share that we saw the New Kids on the Block 3 times. We went to church together, laughed together, and cried together. We got married a year apart. We had babies around the same time, and the last 8 years of her life were 11 miles from my home. I knew her like a sister. I loved her like a sister. I even loved John like a brother, and am still in shock about what he did to her. I saw her almost every day. She was always there for me, and I was always there for her. We shared life together, which has made this road painful for me. Everything reminds me of her.
Moody was the friend that was supposed to go to the gym with Liz Bird that tragic morning.
I vividly remember the morning on July 31st. Liz was going to pick me up that morning around 8 a.m., where we would go to her fitness class. When she didn't show up, call or text that morning, I was unsettled. I knew something was wrong. I spent the day calling her, texting her, and even calling but not speaking to John to find out where she was. As the day moved along, I grew more concerned. I asked my son to message Jonathan. I saw him and heard him on the screen. I also heard Brooke and Matt there as well. I was a little relieved. I strained to hear Liz in the background, listening, and I never heard her. Jonathan shared that she had been gone all day and that their dad had left around lunchtime. They were home alone.
No, be a sister. No devil, no dopey.
Something was really wrong.
Everything
I
going
drove
be
immediately
irie.
to her house and told them all to pack bags because we were going to have a sleepover at my house. Matt and Brooke
Go
were
over to
excited.
talk to Lady Mom. Gonna be
Jonathan
fine
was
now.
concerned and knew something was wrong. He knew something was very, very wrong. I safely removed the kids from their home and brought them home with me. That morning, John had strangled Liz and left her dead in the bedroom. He came out, locked the door, and left her there. He then left the
Be
kids home
evil
alone
and not
with her
evil,
dead
Mama.
in the next room.
And what
What
you
a
is then?
nightmare. Those sweet children had no idea
From that
the
next
nightmare that their
place.
lives had come that morning.
You wait
And the
till here to
monster
take
in
us?
this nightmare was their father.
Like you's the bus driver
In my
today?
heart, I knew
No,
John was
man, I am
responsible for her
holiday.
absence. I never thought he would kill her.
What the fuck?
It is so deeply sad and despicable
Brad
that you
Pitt?
murdered her, and now we are all gathered,
The fuck?
waiting for your decision here.
And then Wendy Mason spoke. She's a cousin-in-law of.
The thing that puzzles me is why did he leave the house? Also, why did he plead not guilty when he was first arraigned in court, even though he admitted to the police and judge that he had killed his wife and that he did this with the knowledge that his actions would likely lead to the death of Lizzie? John knew that what he was doing was wrong, and yet he continued to strangle Lizzie after the court, knowing he would kill her. And yet he still didn't try to rectify the situation by calling police. Which begs to differ. Was this truly a crime of passion, or was it a carefully orchestrated plan to set his case up for a plea deal down the road?
Meet Joe Black. He's legit death in that movie.
Yeah.
I am also left to wonder, has John ever expressed any remorse for his actions?
Yep.
Has he asked for and received help
I don't think I've seen
for
that.
the issues he claims to have suffered from? Has he ever asked about his children, how they are, what is being done for them, where they are? Has he acknowledged the extreme pain and loss he has caused their children as well as Lizzie's family and friends? Or has he been more concerned about his well-being, about how he will be treated and taken care of, and how the court system will treat him, along with his plea deal? These are the thoughts and questions I have struggled with since learning of Lizzie's murder. They come unbidden throughout the day, sometimes at night, and always leave me feeling like we can truly
It's a
never
good
know
movie.
a person and what they are capable of.
Also
And it's
has
affordable
Anthony
to
Hopkins.
When Liz's brother
Ooh.
addresses the court, he starts by giving a tribute to his sister, but then he directs his words to her murderer.
You see, Your Honor, John just didn't murder Liz. He destroyed the emotional foundation of 3 young lives. There are many devastating facts in this case. But one must be emphasized above all. John Bird was not just a husband. He was a trained career domestic violence detective, a job that meant the world to him. He was a specialist in preventing the very crime he committed. He understood, better than almost anyone, the warning signs of abuse, the risks of escalation, the patterns of manipulation, and the community resources available to get help. He had the tools, the training, and the sworn duty to protect women like Liz. Instead, he used his knowledge to control, isolate, and ultimately kill her. This is not just a case of domestic violence. Your Honor, it's a case of law enforcement betrayal, a category so severe that experts have given it special weight. According to Dr. Jennifer Freyd, founder of betrayal trauma theory, when the perpetrator is someone entrusted to protect, the psychological damage is multiplied. Her research shows that betrayal by someone in a position of trust, particularly in law enforcement, exacerbates trauma, not just for the victims, not just for Matt, Brooke, and Jonathan, but for John's families and for communities, because it erodes faith in justice itself. John's betrayal didn't stop with Liz. It extended to his children, his coworkers, and to every survivor he claimed to help. No mitigation can offset this. John did not act in a moment of passion or confusion. Let's review. He refused to take medication. He refused to see a therapist. He refused help from the wife who loved him. He confessed to strangling Liz in a deliberate act. He did not attempt to administer any first aid. He failed to call for help. He left his children alone in a home with her body locked in a bedroom. He did not turn himself in voluntarily. He fled the scene in Liz's vehicle, a vehicle he hated to drive. Why? Perhaps it was because he's in law enforcement and he knew his fancy red Camaro would attract attention. Maybe it was just an attempt to evade law and accountability. Or maybe there was something more sinister at hand.
And Liz's grandmother spoke about how the children are processing all of this.
The middle child was 8 on the day of her mother's murder. On her way home from a counseling session recently, she asked when the sentencing was taking place.
Hey, go on.
When I told her, she put the date in her watch calendar. This was the first question that she asked about anything concerning her mom's murder. I then asked if I could ask a question and told her she didn't need to answer if she didn't want to. She said I could ask the question, so I said, "How do you feel about your father?" And
Welcome.
she said,
Jupe.
"I never want
Well,
to see
another
him
Jupe.
again.
Yeah, no
I
worries.
think he deserves life in prison."
Another
I
Jupe.
told her the sentence would be in the range of 16 to 22 years, not life. She was very quiet for the rest of the trip home. This young lady was always considered a daddy's girl, and it breaks my heart to know that her idol has done so much harm. As her grandmother, I have witnessed that she has a fear of the dark. She keeps a bright light in her bedroom all night long. She has a fear of being alone at night, and she wants to have someone to lay down with her until she falls asleep. She avoids conversations about her mother's murder. She isolates herself in a room for long periods of time. The youngest child was 4 when his mother was murdered. He cried almost every night for his mom and dad when we first started living together. He cries when he's tired or something triggers his memory of his mom. But how do you make sense of this violent tragedy in terms a 4 or 5-year-old can understand? This young man has no filter about what he says to others. He will often tell people that my mom is dead and my dad is in jail. When we told the children that their dad was in jail, he did ask, "Does that mean my dad is a bad guy?" I replied, "He did a bad thing." Our immediate family, our extended family, all of Liz's friends and our friends are grappling with traumatic grief. It impacts our everyday life and relationships.
The defense presented mitigating factors about Bird's mental health issues, his non-existent past criminal record, and even his former employment in law enforcement. The judge sentenced Bird to 19 years in prison and imposed a lifelong no-contact order for Bird with his 3 young children and Elizabeth's family. He's now serving his sentence in an Arizona prison. And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with
19
me.
years.
I'll see you back here next time.
You killed someone. You're gonna get 19 years?
A Florida man held without bond, accused of abusing and killing his 5-year-old stepdaughter. Authorities describing a disturbing pattern of violence and pointing to surveillance video that may have captured it all. The child, Missy Mogul, found unresponsive, her body covered in bruises. Now, Florida's top prosecutor is is pushing for change, calling for tougher laws to protect the most vulnerable. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kennedy Walker, and I'll walk you through the investigation, the evidence, and the push for justice. You're watching Law and Crime. Melissa Mogul, better known as Missy, was just 5 years old when her life was taken. She loved to dance and was always smiling. But over time, that smile started to fade, replaced, according to police, by bruises and pain, a kind of suffering no child should ever go through. Missy was found
JustRealBoostsNesna.com. 0H7 Cox.
She was later pronounced dead at the hospital. Investigators say her mother, Chloe Spencer, and her stepfather, Daniel, were behind the abuse, both now charged with second-degree murder. Court documents revealing disturbing allegations. The 5-year-old killed by asphyxiation.
Photographic evidence reveals that she was physically injured, she was bound and smothered, she was brutally murdered.
This month, a judge denied Daniel Spencer's bail, ordering him to have no contact with his other minor children. But this wasn't Spencer's first time inside of a courtroom.
All right, so Mr. Spencer, in 24 CF 479, you have been found guilty of traveling to meet a minor and the unlawful use of a two-way communications device.
At the time of Missy's death, Spencer was out on bail, awaiting sentencing on prior charges involving children.
The court will not remand Mr. Spencer into custody.
The judge cited Spencer's lack of a violent criminal history as the reason for letting him remain out on bond. But Florida Attorney General James Uthmeyer says that decision was a dangerous mistake.
Her stepdad, a little over a year ago, was charged with traveling to meet with a minor. He was simultaneously under investigation for sexually abusing his stepdaughter. He was ultimately convicted as a sex offender for traveling to meet with a minor. However, Judge Tiffany Baker exercised her discretion under the rules of criminal procedure.
Not much. Just chilling, mate.
And let Mr. Spencer go
Flipping
free
some
while
cards.
he was awaiting sentencing.
Oh, what are you playing?
She made this
Bit of FC?
decision
Football?
even over the recommendation of the state attorney's office,
Yeah.
who wanted to ensure he was locked up
What
during
about
this
you?
time.
What have you been playing?
Now, Uthmeyer is calling
not
for
much,
change,
a bit of Tarkov
proposing Missy's
lately.
Law,
Ooh.
legislation that would prevent judges from
Just on the
releasing
PvE mode, just doing tasks and...
on bond after
Oh,
a
yeah.
guilty verdict.
Nice.
Judge's discretion here
Yeah, no, it's
was
been good.
outrageous.
Yeah, I
Bit of
thought I'd
fun.
pop in and say g'day. I'm going to be up your way in November.
Oh, yeah.
I look forward to working with the legislature over the next
They
year.
got the V8s on there.
Oh, yep. Nice.
And they got
taking place.
ACDC is going to be playing at the V8s as well, so...
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Just down the road. I'm living in the city now.
Oh, do you? Yep.
Yeah, since February.
Yeah, nice. So, yeah, no. Might be able to catch up with you.
Yeah, we'll
November.
get some beers, man. Get a meal or something. Get some beers.
Yeah. I'll have my young bloke with me, but...
Yeah,
Good.
that'll be good.
I'm going
Nice.
to go down on the Saturday.
Yep.
Saturday night, and then go to the V8s on the Sunday.
Yep. Nice.
And then head off on the stay Sunday night and head off on the Monday. So
Yeah. Ah, that'd be good.
yeah, when we're down there, I'll bloody shoot you a message or whatever if we get a
Yeah,
chance to
man.
catch up.
Ah, that'd be good. Yeah, that'd be good time.
How's the streaming going?
Yeah, we've got alright. We got YouTube partner last week, so I've been streaming over there for a bit.
Yep.
Still doing kick.
Yeah, yep.
But yeah, it's going good. YouTube's like, I've set up a really cheap membership so we can build up the community. $1.49. It's the lowest tier, so I get $1. So I'm gonna aim to just build up the base, and then if people want to go a bit higher, they can in the future.
Yeah, yep.
But it's been pretty fun so far.
Yeah, man.
Trying to not do so much football. Been playing Battlefield as well.
Oh, yeah.
Fortnite as well to mix it up. Haven't really been getting on the COD.
Yep.
Just feels like it's changed.
Yeah, I've been watching a few of what's his name again? Yeah, I'm having a blank. Not Ranger.
Oh, Brothel.
Brothel, yeah, I've been watching a few of his videos. He's
Yeah.
putting out.
Yeah, I watched those. Yeah, he's got some good ones coming out soon. He's been asking, like, on the voice comms, he's been saying, hey guys, I'm trying to do a thumbnail. Can you guys, like, stand there and, like, with your guns and, like, and then one of them was like, oh yeah, I can do an emote for you. How about that? And he goes, say cheese, and he pulls the C4 and blows him up.
Yeah.
That's going to be his new video. Like, oh, he's like, I wish it was a whole team. There's only two of them. But yeah, imagine getting a whole team.
Yep.
And the dude was just like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, I would get a good bloody laugh out of some of the shit he pulls off on there.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, last time we played, we got a win on the Casual Royale.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, it's good fun. Good jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, mate, I better get to bed because I've got to work in the morning. Been working,
Yeah, no worries.
getting some good hours, but
Oh, that's
13
good.
days, 13. I had the last 2 days off, but then I got to work the next 13 days in a row, so that'll be
Oh, that's a good challenge. Good money, though.
some big hours. Yeah.
Yeah. No worries. Saving for the V8s, eh?
For the V8s, mate. Yep. Make
That's
sure I've
it.
got plenty of beer money.
That's it. Nah, it'd be good.
Yeah. Yeah. Were you thinking about maybe checking it out or?
I went a couple of years ago. Not really into car stuff.
Yeah. See, we're not. I watch it, but like we're not really big on the V8s. It's more so we're going to see AC/DC.
Oh, yeah? Nah, that'd be good.
It's the cheaper way to get tickets to see him because you buy your ticket for the V8s and it gets you into the concert as well.
Yeah. Oh, no,
It's
it's
cheaper.
worth it then.
Cheaper doing that and driving to Adelaide and doing that than it is
Going to the actual ACD's concert. Yeah.
Yeah, going to the actual one in Melbourne. It's like hundreds of dollars for a ticket.
Mm.
So no, we thought, why not get a cheaper ticket and get the V8s as well? You know.
Yeah, that's it. Catch up with some mates while you're there.
Good deal. Yeah, might hopefully be able to catch up with you. Maybe Ranger, if Ranger's about. He lives in Adelaide too, doesn't he?
Yeah, yep. We could send him a message and tee it up.
Yeah, no, that'd be good.
That'd be good. That'd be
Alright,
broth.
mate.
No worries, man. Good to chat to you. And yeah, I'll chat to you soon when it's closer to the date.
Yep, no worries.
All right, have a good one, brother.
You too, mate. Catch up.
No worries. Bye.
The other question, did the judge know that he was under investigation for sexually abusing Missy? You would hope that
Story. Crazy story. What the hell?
December 1992, Alan Kenley Matheson was one of hundreds of first-year students trying to adjust to life on campus at Acadia University. Just 3 weeks later, the 20-year-old from Glendale, Nova Scotia, disappeared and hasn't been heard from since. At the time, police found no sign of foul play. After a lengthy search that led only to dead ends, Matheson's file became a cold case. But after a recent review of his file, the RCMP decided to search again this weekend in these woods near Acadia. Along with the RCMP, a psychologist will be involved in the search. Ken Hill has worked with missing persons cases for 19 years and says often the missing person doesn't want to be found.
For whatever reason, financial guilt, shame, whatever, the person has gone somewhere else and taken up a new life. And in this case, with a subject who has many parts of the world, it's very possible that he could in fact done just that.
More than 25 RCMP officers will be here tomorrow, poking and prodding the forest floor looking for a clue, any clue that may help them solve Alan Kenley Matheson's strange disappearance more than 13 years ago. Aaron Moore, CBC News, Wolfville.
He was the kind of person that if anybody was going to undertake, I guess, a personal experiment in disappearing, he might be a candidate.
He's missing because he ran away. That was my strong point of view, and still is.
There was one night I was here, Kayreen was home, living here for the summer from Acadia, working, and I got this phone call in the middle of the night, around 4 o'clock. And, I was just awake instantly. And so I answered the phone, and this person, just like this voice, said, "You don't want to talk to me.
Bro, that's fucking
You don't want to talk to
crazy,
me."
bro.
And, I just kept saying, "Who is this? Who is this?" Because I was trying to determine, I guess I did think it was Kenley, but I was trying to catch a note in the voice that, I would know the voice or who it was. But the voice was very, downtrodden, very low voice. Kayreen woke up instantly. She heard the phone call. The person then hung up.
Do you think that may have been Kenley?
I always thought it was Kenley, and it could have been. It's like, who knows?
Sometime after Kenley had disappeared, I was at Halifax International Airport, either picking somebody up or dropping somebody out. And
oh, this one's only 1,000.
where you walked, and I was walking by, and I just looked at a young fellow. He had his ball cap on backwards, and he looked at me, and I took a couple of steps, and then I guess some eerie feeling or something, I don't know. I turned around and I went back. The beer glass, there was about a mouthful of beer out of it. There was nobody there. I went down to the other end of the airport. There's nobody there. And I went in the men's washroom and there was nobody there. So I never did see who the young fellow was.
I like this one.
At the time, did you think it may have been Kenley?
I thought at the time, and
Where's
that's why I
the
and turned around. Because I
all bundles?
looked
Here we
at
go.
him and he looked at me. And then when I went back, I couldn't look at him. He left a full beer at the bar, and when I walked around,
Oh, that
the
looks sick.
airport and I
Is
came
that
back,
spiders on it?
the beer was still cold.
Oh, arachnophobia. Ugh.
So then, I don't know, being nosy, I walked outside and there was nobody outside either, so I don't know where this person disappeared.
Is that me? How much is that?
Let's begin.
I need 600. Did it work? Ah.
Well, a year after Kenley had disappeared, I was still in college, and it was Monday, and a friend of mine that went to school with me said, "Oh, I saw somebody on the weekend that knows you," and I said, "Really? Who's that?" He said, he was in Halifax for the weekend. I think it was around 2 o'clock in the morning. We ended up at the Palace.
Me?
And so, I mean, we're college students. We're drinking. And we were standing in the lineup at the Palace for quite a while, probably a good 15 minutes. And then this gentleman behind me started talking to me. And we just got talking about Nova Scotia PEI. And he asked me what I was doing in Nova Scotia. And I said I was studying at King's Tech, funeral service education. He said, "Oh, you may know my cousin Wendell McKinnon." And I said, "I do." I said, "He's taking the broadcasting course." And so that really started the conversation between him and I. He told me he was going to Acadia and that he was just down in Halifax for the weekend, and he was just hopping from club to club like we were. We continued to talk just about things about Nova Scotia. Nothing about him. He didn't give me a name. He was probably in the lineup with me for about 20 minutes. I turned to talk to my friend Colin, and when I turned around, he was gone. I scanned the crowd, and I looked in the street, and there was no sighting of him.
It's far.
It was just like he vanished. The Monday morning following that weekend
Oh,
I was in
wow.
Halifax, I ran into Wendell at coffee like we always did, and we just got talking. I said, "I was talking to your cousin over the weekend at the Palace." And so I asked him, I said, who was this guy? He said he was your cousin, obviously. And I said, "Really?" And so I started thinking, who could that be? And I asked him to describe him, and he basically described Kenley. He said, "What was his name?" And I said, "Well, I don't know what his name was." I said, "He never said." And I said, "I was having drinks, and Reed was talking about Nova Scotia, and he mentioned you, mentioned Acadia, and that's about the end of the conversation." This friend of mine wasn't aware that Kenley had gone missing at the time, but I said to him, "If I showed you a picture of this cousin of mine, would you recognize him?" And he thought he would, so I did. He went to his locker and brought me a picture, and he said, "Is this him?" And I said, "Yes, it is him." And he said, "Well, he's been missing for a year. We had no idea where he is." So that was about a year after the fact. This is definitely the gentleman I was talking to at night. And this is Kenley Matheson. This is the gentleman I was talking to.
I'm Cindy McKinnon, and I live here in London, Ontario. So I'm distantly related to the family of Kenley who live in Cape Breton. I'm guessing it would have been 97. I know it was winter time. It was evening, and this young man came to the door of the house we lived in then, and he was canvassing for Greenpeace. It was cold, and I had him come in. It's a beautiful, beautiful young man with a lot of passion for what he was doing. I would have spent quite a bit of time with this guy who I gathered to be about mid-20s. Darkish hair. I just recall these beautiful eyes.
Oh, nice.
Average height, slender build. I think there may have been some kind of cap on his head.
Wow, 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 wow,
Just
wow.
lovely to look at, and enjoying the combination of how beautiful he was as a young man with such passion.
Time to get the fuck into
The
Dodge.
thing I think I remember
It's
most
me!
about that day, I don't usually invite canvassers who come to my door in, for one thing.
For an
I
agricultural
don't
research facility in
usually
the Eastern
spend
Desert.
20 minutes
Given the global famine, I don't
to
have to
30
oversell
minutes
its
even
importance.
in
Be
my
aware,
foyer
the
talking
area
to
is divided
people
by a
about
large
something
barrier limiting
that
mobility.
up to that point
Coordination will be
hasn't
key
been
to
of
the mission's
interest to
success.
me.
Gear up and get ready to move.
So when I look back on that day, what strikes me the most is it was a moment in time of meeting an individual who is so caught up in what they're doing at that moment and so passionate about what they're doing and so knowledgeable and knowledgeable what they're doing that I thought it was a special person. I went to Cape Breton with my Zoom visit family in the summer of '98, and we were staying, as we usually do, we were staying with relatives in their homes, and so we were staying with Brian's aunt and uncle, Harvey and Laura, and so we were in their home, and we were probably staying with them for 2 or 3 nights before we moved on elsewhere. So in that period of time, you're chatting with the family a fair bit, you're noticing knickknacks and things. So at some point in this visit with them, I was paying attention to all the photographs on the wall, the family photographs, and of course being from the other side of the family, I don't know who's who. And this particular photograph that was on the wall with several photographs kind of jumped out at me, and I remember thinking, I think I know that guy, but where do I know that guy? He looks awfully familiar. And so I said to Aunt Laura in her dining area, I said, Aunt Laura, who's that guy? And she said, oh, well, that's my nephew. Why do you ask? You know, and I said, well, I feel like I know him. I feel like I met him. And she got a really strange look on her face. And she said, wow, that is surprising because he is a missing person.
We are initiating an attack on Bravo
So,
1.
are you sure that you've met him? I said, no, I'm not sure, but I really have a strong feeling that I have met him. And I think he's a young man who came to our door canvassing for
Sector Bravo
Greenpeace.
secure.
This was the first time I'd ever heard about her side of the family and that there was a missing person on her side of the family.
We now hold more
I also
sectors
would
than
like
they
to
do.
share
Good
that
work.
I was having, aside from the sort of feeling like I met this person in real time and space, I was having sort of more like a spiritual or psychic or whatever kind of feeling welling up in me, to the point where I remember crying when I saw his picture. I remember being terribly moved, and at that point didn't know any backstory, and I remember having a sense, and I don't know if it was that night or sometime after, but I remember having a sense, almost like a dream, and I think it was a daydream, that this individual was in my life.
Oh, 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 oh.
So, and I don't know why, but I do remember having a sense at the time that I needed to follow this up. And she decided to give me a copy of the picture, to their office, and there was only a receptionist, secretary person there to speak with, and I just asked her if I could have a moment of her time, if there's anybody I can speak with, and I said, I have a photo I'd like to show you. I said, we're trying to find this young man, and I said, I just need to know, I'm pretty sure he's somebody who came to my door. She took the photo, and she looked at it, and she said to me, yes, I think this individual is one of us. And she did tell me, she said, you know, a lot of young people canvass for us. They're very transient. So people come and pick them up. And she said, all I can confirm for you is yes, he does look like someone who is working for us. But I cannot tell you anything more than that. I don't know. Because again, this is something that we're told that would suggest to me that she wasn't 100% sure. But even if she was, I wasn't able to tell her.
Oh boy.
Allied troops engaging in Delta 2.
He talked about marine biology. Yeah, university, sciences, and I think for a career he would have been very happy to travel around and examine marine ecosystems.
Sector Delta under Allied control.
His dream.
I can easily picture Kelly working in Greenpeace on a boat somewhere to save stuff like whales and trees and that was his thing. That was his really his passion.
I think you know, one of the main reasons he would have taken off would have been, wanting to get back and get on sort of life's adventure, merry-go-round, you know, something more exciting than being just college towns.
I can see that very clearly for me. Sort of cause, married with the sense of the adventure and sort of provocative nature of some of Greenpeace's antics to actually sort of intervene in areas that they don't agree with would appeal to him.
I do think that he was highly interested in environmental issues, but I don't think he would have just picked up and left Acadia, you know, to
Imagine.
join Greenpeace.
I can't imagine with the, you know, the close relationship he had with Karen and the kind of guy he was that he would want to just disappear. I know there are people who do that. For years and decades. But I can't imagine that he would have done that to his family.
I mean, maybe I have heard of him. Maybe that was one of the things that mentioned over a few beer one night when he was back.
I can't
One of
remember.
our objectives is under attack.
Greenpeace.
The only thing that doesn't make sense to me about Kenley wanting to join Greenpeace is Kenley was going to join.
I would have been a little surprised if he would join an organization like Greenpeace because of the conformity that would have been involved. I think from what I saw, he was very much a free agent.
Kenley being alive, yes, I imagine that. He could still land on my doorstep someday. That's definitely still a possibility in my mind, but a very slim possibility at this point in time.
I really hope he's still alive. I really do.
My gut is telling me that he is out there somewhere still alive.
Sometimes I think he might still be alive.
I hope he's in Ecuador. In a bar, running a bar somewhere. And just, you know, with a nice local tourist clientele.
To date, there has not been any credible sightings.
I think he's in Guatemala enjoying himself, working in the cornfield with a Guatemaltec family.
I hope that, you know, he's smoking a Havana.
Requesting transport deployment.
You know, living in life up in Cuba, drinking mojitos and living a good life. 'Cause, you know, I thought he was a good guy. I hope he's happy, and I'd like to think there's no bad end.
I'd rather be ashes than dust.
I would rather my spark
Should burn out.
In a brilliant blaze.
Then it should be stifled in dry rot.
I would rather be a superb meteor.
We have locked
Every
down
atom
Sector
of
Bravo.
me.
In a magnificent glow.
Doing good
Kind of
so far,
sleeping in
troops.
permanent
The hostiles hold
Man's
fewer
chief
sectors
purpose is
than
to
we do.
live, not to exist.
I shall not waste my days trying to prolong them.
I shall use my time.
Oh, that's why no one uses self-growth. It's so weak.
When someone is missing and the collective urges for an answer, you start pointing fingers at things in people's experiences and impose a narrative. In fact, and any number of things that were specific to the context that occurred in the space of 24 hours.
Historic cases are unique as time. Obviously. Time can be. It can be your best friend or it could be your worst enemy. What happens with time is people start to forget. They also start to not care as much.
I think it was on
Sector Echo is in Allied hands.
Monday or Tuesday.
Nearly every sector
I
is now
hadn't seen
secure.
him, and that was sort of unheard of, really, at that point. You know, even just seeing him walking along the pathway where my residence was right in front of his residence. So you'd often see him walking down the path, whatever, and not even running into him during school. I thought that was rather strange. And so I brought it up to Tom again and said, "Have you seen him?" And he was like, "No, I haven't seen him." Again, they lived on the same floor, so that seemed unlikely to me. And so I remember going to the RA at the time and just saying, you know, I have some concern. I'm wondering where my friend is. I haven't seen him for some time. And they took me upstairs
Bastard.
to his room, and we checked his room. And what stood out for me out of that particular moment was that his knapsack was still there. And to me, that just seemed rather out of place. Yeah, I didn't know the guy very well, but that knapsack went everywhere with him. It was, was very much a part of him. And to just see that knapsack there, it just seemed very, that still to me seems very out of place. That would just be left.
When I came in on the Wednesday and, just my scan of the room, I do remember seeing the book, seeing his bed kind of unmade as if someone had just, dumped the clothes,
Oh, no.
toiletries and everything on the counter. And then I know that he had his backpack, that was in the room, but his book backpack, from what I remember, was not in the room.
I do know it didn't come home. I was pretty aware of a lot of the stuff that did come home. Like I know his travel backpack,
50 meters from your
the one that
position.
he used to, travel all over the place was
Taking
still
damage!
with all of his stuff. So the black and red one did not come back.
The room seemed, they seemed organized. There's books on the tables. I can't remember seeing that. Like saying that.
Oh, I had it. I had it.
The black backpack, I recall from my notes that I read in my notebook, is from what the witness had said he'd seen him with downtown.
So you don't recall it? I don't. According to the statements, all the documentation that I reviewed regarding the Kennedy's case, the full police file, timeline, interviews, any type of documentation, there was absolutely no indication whatsoever that somebody, anybody, had been in that room
approached Todd Barker, who was the RA at the time, on tower on the 9th floor, and expressed our concern to him as well. And he took this very seriously, and went through the proper channels to get us access to his room, so that we could at least just have a look in there. And he opened up the door, and all you saw in that room really was just Kenley's knapsack. That, to me, sticks out the most. As soon as he opened up the door, and the knapsack is just sitting there beside his bed. And like I say, that knapsack is, it was like a man purse. It had his personal things in there. He always had that. So for him not to take that, it just seems very out of place to me.
According to Kirsten, you guys were the first ones being supposed to really notice did not miss. And she said that you guys talked already about him. Is that true?
I can't remember about him. Maybe, yeah. I can't remember.
Did you and Kirsten and Todd Barker go in Henry's room?
Delta 1 is no longer
Speaking of Kayreen, you remembered it when I talked to you last time. You were saying that she was the first indication to you that something was amiss.
Yeah, she came and talked me out. She said you had to leave. The room was as if he had just left.
Oh!
And then he was
Oi! Oh, shut.
His clothes were there. His clothes were there. There was a text from Ed, if I recall.
Yeah, I think it was the first one that had heard about it. He seemed, just as shocked as we were. That he hadn't seen Kenley. So I think he took that to be quite serious.
Kirsten has a memory of you guys.
Yeah. I can't remember that. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know if you would have had the authority to go to another room. I don't know. I simply can't remember that at all. I certainly don't remember Dan. I hadn't written down that I went into his room with Todd Barker.
There's no opportunity for anybody else to get in there or out.
They would have locked it. They would have locked it. I had a key, but I was told not to go back into that room. I would not have gone in
Oh my god.
for any reason other than that day when she came up. I'm responsible as a key holder. That I have a master key that I can open up people's rooms. I couldn't violate people's trust by opening up rooms for people, willingly. But I will tell you one thing. There was guys in the building who knew, they could have been safe crackers. Knew how to jimmy doors open. The master key was useless because there were guys who knew how to jimmy those locks and let it not.
Crow Tower was very easy to break into as far as rooms. All you had to do was have 2 knives and pop the door open and you're in.
I think some people are after I believe people are.
There were a situation where the accounts of those people involved gave statements to the police, friends, assistants, friends of enemies. If there were a situation where one of those people had been met prior to that issue, time Kayreen, Todd Barker, to that room.
Look front!
And if there's nothing, the statements are filed like that.
Located hostile tank, 90 meters away from your position.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
If it were discovered that the RA, others from the 9th floor, for example, John Gordon and or Kirsten Thomas, were in that room between Sunday and Wednesday night when he went in there, and yet there's nothing about that, and their statements, what might that be?
That to me, if any of those people that were person it was discovered that they were definitively in that room between Monday and Wednesday, to me that would be another ring. That would be a ring.
Again, that knapsack just stood out. Who goes somewhere without, their belongings? That I think his wallet was in there. That's all I see is, as I'm recalling and then having that moment of clarity where it's like, wow, why is that knapsack just sitting there?
I can't speculate
Oh.
on what it might mean if someone had it for Emily's sister and the RA. Certainly, if that were the case, I would be very interested to receive that information.
Oh, what do you mean?
It's that knapsack. That knapsack just doesn't make any sense. That's the foreboding feeling I had. And that's what I always, ended up coming back to in terms of, where did he go?
To learn that one of those, all of those first adventurers were actually into that room. Without authorization. To our knowledge, between Sunday and Wednesday, when they rain again, that would be a great bonus to me as curious.
Yeah, might take me a little while to find it, sorry. So taking a break?
Vehicle disabled.
I think it was on the Wednesday, where Kirsten, on the 23rd, you guys drive to New Minas.
We can use that
Drop off some
vehicle.
film.
Oh, there we go, yeah. Right. Yeah, 23rd of September. Kirsten and I discussed, do you want me to read this out?
Hold on one second.
You shot me.
Okay. So yeah,
Take control
23rd
of the marked
September,
objective. Watching your
we
progress.
Kirsten and I appeared to discuss this for the first time.
Enemy air
It just says
support,
here,
200 meters.
Kirsten and I discussed the disappearance of Ken. He hasn't been seen for days. His sister thinks he's just taken off somewhere. Which is what I think the initial reaction, if you think first of Kirsten and myself, that's I think what we thought. Certainly what I thought.
So you and Kirsten were down in New Minas on Wednesday afternoon. Why were you guys down there? Where were you doing?
Hostile aircraft. Way out.
I think I was getting a film developed, camera film developed.
Did you read the parts
Hostile
on
tank
that
mark.
23rd on Wednesday where you and Kirsten were discussing
I did.
meet up and then
So right the first 2 minutes about us talking. I said, Kirsten, okay, but I'll do it again, no problem.
drive out there or whatever.
We have begun our attack on Delta 2.
We control more sectors than the enemy, but this battle is far from over.
So on the 23rd of September is when it seems from the diary the first conversation comes up about Kenley.
Objective captured.
We drove, it says here, to New Minas to drop off a film to get it developed. And it says here, Kirsten and I discussed the disappearance of Ken. He hasn't been seen for days. His sister thinks he's just taken off somewhere. And I later write, all I can say is I hope Ken's alright.
Just one thing back to the journal. On the 24th, on the Thursday, sort of around the time that all this is going down.
We rob them where we want them. Hold that territory. Hey, give me a ride, will you? They're down to the last resources.
I can't remember.
Sector
I
Charlie in enemy
remember
hands.
reading that in the diary again. But I literally cannot remember
I can
what
use
it
a
was.
ride.
But
Hey, come
these
pick me
things
up.
happen. I've been away from home for a long while. I've been away for something like
Hey, give me a ride, will you?
a month and a half, and
Objective marked. Move
everything
in.
was totally new.
Keep us updated.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything too serious. There were little fallouts between people. Points on the 9th floor, but none of them were ever too serious.
Marking objective. Defend that. Careful out there.
The girl
vehicle drop
was
the marker.
spending
Objective has been
a
attacked.
week in Parking Run, and she came to the office. She had Shirley's hat.
Oh.
Hat apparently was wearing when he went missing.
In early '93, you gave the Wolfville Police Department Constable Killapregas Henley's baseball cap. He had left on Corcoran's Island. Apparently, how did that come about?
I don't even remember that. Wow. His baseball cap. He didn't even have his baseball cap.
Our forces are hitting Alpha 2.
I don't remember. I don't remember that. Wow. Yeah, that doesn't stand out for me at all.
Alpha 2 under friendly
She said
control.
the hat. She just said, well,
Alpha
Henley
objectives
Mouse
under control.
left the hat
Sector
there
secure.
about a week. A week and he was down.
Oh, you fuck!
What was his trademark hat?
I can't remember. We'll have to find out from the photo, but so might have to redo that. Yeah, sorry. But it was always, you know, like you have the trim, you know, turned in, and he always had the same hat. I can't picture what was on it.
You remember Henley leaving his hat at Quantum, the person returning it to the local police department, several months later? Does that ring a bell at all?
It does ring a bell. Do you mean the baseball cap?
Long range.
It does ring a bell that he left it behind somewhere, but I can't remember how or why he left it behind. But then I didn't know that she'd returned it to Wolford Police. No.
And that played on my mind for a while. That still bothers me about the hat.
And I just remember him waving and wearing his trademark cap. Although are you saying that his cap was left in Corcoran's Island, right?
And to me, when I think Tom Gordon last saw him, his description was to a T. You know, person who walked past us, you don't remember just like that when he's weird. So his description's right there, you know, to a T. His hat, clothes, everything.
Well, Tom Courtney did have some details on when he saw Kenley last, and they were good friends, and he observed him supposedly downtown on Main Street, walking near the gym, which would be away from the downtown area, going towards Nolan's Canteen, and he actually mentioned that in a statement that he saw him walking towards Nolan's Canteen. Well, Nolan's Canteen is known to where the bus line is. So he gave the indication that, Kenley was walking towards Nolan's Canteen, which was he's walking towards the bus station.
So, Tom, this is really interesting for me because it's sort of
Moving.
different than what I expected. Because some of the stuff I've read talk about the last sighting. There are some that have you seen him walking toward Nolan's Canteen, like down by the athletic center. Does that make any sense?
My memory is that he's bringing it back. It's bringing it back a little clearer. My memory is definitely of seeing him here on Main Street.
I usually Tom Gordon.
We've lost control of Alpha 2.
Because I remember back in Parkley that there wasn't really like he was hiding something.
My memory is not seeing him heading towards any kind of bus stop, like a bus depot called Nolan's Canteen. My memory is seeing it here on Main Street. And as I recall him coming the other way, heading into town.
Doing good so far, troops. Hostiles hold your sector.
You saw him at the ATM, and then you saw him again. So,
What I remember,
Enemy vehicle, northwest.
as I recall it, I only saw him one time.
Enemy tank right there.
On Main Street. If I reread the diary and if I think back to that day, I can't recall seeing it the second time.
It's the same individual
They got a tank 40 meters away
who was
from my
reporting Henley at an ATM on Monday. Is the same individual who was reporting him leaving town, walking around town on Monday, walking with some type of a knapsack, a hat, whatever was mentioned on the posters. I do not believe as an investigator that was factual.
So that's the Sunday and Monday that I saw him. I always feel like that was the day that he disappeared. And the timeline, to me, just works out because I talked to him at 1 o'clock, and then the next day,
Oh boy.
he didn't go to class. He didn't go to his chemistry class. Tuesday, he didn't go to his calculus class. Monday night, he didn't meet me for study or calculus to do our calculus homework. Who saw him Monday? Where was he Monday?
Sunday night, I was
Enemy vehicle located. 60 meters
Sunday
away
night
from
is
my
as I went to
Give me some
friends
ammo.
to chapel service on the campus. I can't remember anything about it. It's probably the case that some people were going and I went along.
All hostiles retreating.
Big Corey.
I can't remember Kenley being around that Sunday, but again, it would have appeared in my diary, or I would remember if it had been strange. You know, like I say, people from the 9th floor, you saw them, and you didn't see them. They were around, they were not around. So it didn't strike me as strange. I mean, he probably not noted that I saw him if I saw him, because it was just on the floor or whatever.
Well, when the police asked Tom Gordon, where, I'm not sure exactly the questioning, but where do you think, or what, where do you think Kenley is, or do you know where he is? And he said, check South America. And then he was one of the last people to see him, and he states that he saw him walking towards Nolan's canteen. So this could have been like a major reason why the police and other people, lump that into him just taking off.
This person who reported seeing Kenley last, yes, that in and of itself would certainly, in my books, make him a person of interest. No question about it. Being asked, by Wolfville Town Police, where do you think he is, and having a response, South America. I mean, that is so far out in left field. That statement alone is going to attract my attention. No question about it.
So there were a few things surrounding that time that I feel like the police, should have been a little more suspicious of, especially the last sighting that someone had of a person, that to really okay, let's
The Russians have decided to hit us where we live.
this
I guess they're
timeline
tired
out
of being beaten in the arms
and
race.
find reasoning
Our
for it
top-line
and
weapons
find
are
backup
provided
for
by a
it
manufacturer
and
named
find
Northrop.
witnesses that
Their
show
autonomous
that
facility in
this person was
Scandinavia is
telling the
being
truth.
targeted by Russian forces and allied
Funny, I was
militaries.
thinking about that the
This
other day.
facility must be
The
recovered
last
and
person
secured
that
under
mentioned
American
Gordon
control.
said, I said,
You
well,
wouldn't want us to run out of bullets
that
anytime
person
soon,
might
would you?
something like that.
Bring your best firepower
in my mind,
and
I
keep
kind of
warm.
played on
Command
it,
out.
maybe would. You get something to Kenley, and the trace, made up the story that I saw Kenley at the bank and at the Main Street. That's still on my mind. That's a possibility that could happen.
What was the nature of your relationship with Kirsten? Was it
He was with a G57.
interested? Was she interested?
The relationship with Kirsten, and I had to look back a lot in the diary to try and refresh all this. And looking back, there's a lot of me writing about, is wondering if we were more than friends or just friends.
Maybe between Tom Gordon and
Inside the combat area. Head back.
Kenley Master.
Ah!
Just brought my attention by somebody.
I meant to go that far.
Maybe Tom Gordon got jealous.
What about you and Tom?
No, and Tom never ever got together either. No, a little too dorky for me. That was such a goofy question. Tom, yeah, no.
But I remember we went to the tower party and then ended up sort of sleeping in the same bed, and then sort of agreed that we were going to be friends. I think looking back, and this might be again a guy thing, I was probably more into it than she was. I think if I remember rightly, she said to just be friends.
I believe I asked Tom Gordon if he was friends as three of them.
And I know that, Tom, he has followed the story over the years, and he reached out to me on Facebook, and we messaged back and forth, and he has shown interest, even contacting the RCMP afterwards.
They've captured Sector Bravo.
It's really hard to say whether, that's just from a crazy thing that happened at a very crucial time in his life. He just moved to a new country, and basically, probably his new best friend goes missing. So that, it's hard to say whether that's just always been, a sore spot for him where he was really impacted by that event. I mean, of course, the other side is he's trying to keep track of things and, making sure that, if he ever was involved in anything with Kenley's disappearance, that he's aware of it.
In my area.
That person ejected themselves back from the investigation.
Focus,
One
up.
was to
On there.
The phrase is used, I found very strange.
Oh.
Was there, have you found any proof that Kenley was dead? That I find very intriguing. That type of statement. Have you found any proof as to where Kenley is? Have you found any proof that Kenley's alive? Anything new on Kenley's case? Well, that's not the question that's posed. What's posed is, have you found any proof that Kenley was dead?
If Tom Gordon were involved, and he wanted to prove that Kenley was around on Main Street on Monday, might he went to the bank, deposited
We've taken that objective.
bank record, and that is
Sector Charlie is now held by us.
That makes perfect sense to me. He has something to do with
We now
Kenley
hold more
Matheson's death.
sectors than they do. Good work.
He had his bank record. He put it back, and that was verify his story.
You know what happened.
Unfortunately, I have no idea about Kenley Matheson. I wish I did. I wish I had some kind of answer. I wish I could give some kind of clue, some kind of indication.
Oh.
But it's a tragedy and a mystery that someone that seemed to be so happy.
That's actual
You know,
pliers.
although he'd given up a few things, some of the adventure and
Where do we stand?
incredible things he'd been doing and places he'd been determined to study back in his home province of Nova Scotia, a small college town of Wolford.
Charlie 2.
He seemed happy. He seemed, in the time I knew him, to be making the most of it, if you like, you know, trying to experience what he could and throwing himself into it. Yeah. The sad thing is I have absolutely no idea. I wish I did. I wish I could give his family some kind of closure. I wish I could help.
Northeast!
I wasn't involved in any way in his disappearance, and I wish I could offer some kind of, you know, positive answer to the whole thing.
When was the last time you talked to him?
Yeah, it would have been when, you know, in what year is it? 19 what? 1998? 19, where are we? Like, what year?
Friendly's engaging in objective Charlie 2.
2002, right? Is that where we are? What year?
92.
92. 92?
September 92.
Wow, 92. Why am I getting my dates all funny? Oh, okay, yeah, 92, 93. Okay, yeah.
Kilo, airborne,
So, yeah.
distance 300
Yeah,
meters.
the last time I would have seen Tom was in 92. When he left Acadia.
Sector Delta
Again,
has
that
been
doesn't
secured
really
by our
stand out
troops.
for me.
Now, go, attack! We'll monitor you from
Do
here.
you know anything about Kenley's disappearance?
Things are looking up, troops.
No,
We
nothing.
control more sectors than the hostiles.
Just what I've told you. Yeah. Yeah, no, nothing.
Do you know anything about Kenley's death? Were you involved in his death?
Well, we don't know that he's dead. So, no, I've absolutely no knowledge of anything
We were
that
just
happened to
forced
him
off
after the last
Alpha
time I
1.
saw him or he was seen on campus,
We are
you know,
securing Alpha 2.
living what seemed to be a happy life.
Did you remove
Oh!
Hostiles have taken an objective.
No, I
They
didn't
have
remove
control
anything from
of
his camera,
Sector Alpha.
especially not his backpack.
Did something happen that September that you were covering up?
I can't think of anything negative or bad that happened in that September '92 that I or we or people in some way are covering up.
He went into the diner, this Walton diner, to eat. Came back out to the car, stared at the lake, went back into the convenience store. Came back out again, and he's been sitting in his car for 20 minutes. Also, one other time he got out and he kept staring at the lake, not taking pictures, not smoking, just
Allied
staring.
troops have taken Alpha 2.
So we're just waiting for him to leave the premises and follow him again for a little while.
advancing on Alpha 2. Cover me! Abrillo! Tango's hurt! The enemy has captured Sector Delta.
I'm Kyrene Willis, and I'm Kelly Madison's sister. And a couple of days ago, I heard my mom say the words that I never thought I would ever hear in my lifetime. And she said, "I think we may have found Kenley."
We got Sector Charlie.
This isn't the will of the victims. This is just one person making a decision, and it doesn't reflect what we were asking for.
The father of Kaylee Gonsalves furious after Brian Koberger accepts a plea deal that takes the death penalty off the table. I look at what this means, how the plea deal came about, and what it means for the victims' families. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Antoinette Levy. He did it. Brian Koberger has accepted a plea agreement where he will plead guilty to murdering Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. For nearly 3 years, Brian Koberger has denied through his lawyers that he had anything to do with the murders in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. He denied he was the man
Oh, around the corner.
with bushy eyebrows who walked into that house on King Road in Moscow with a knife, a huge K-bar knife, and murdered those 4 beautiful college students. But
in the spring of 2024, Manchester found itself at the center of a nightmare when parts of a human body started turning up all over the city. This including an abandoned bunker, the banks of a quiet reservoir, and multiple parts. However, the only clue they would find was from grainy surveillance footage of a lone man carrying heavy shopping bags on a quiet street. That was when they gave this kid a nickname, but what they didn't know was who he actually was. The investigation report was absolutely hopeless. And yet, they were unlocked. But a parasite continued to feed on its victims. So, who is Iggy Bauer? Who was he? What's the backstory? Welcome back to the Games Podcast. My name is Adrian, and in today's video, we're going to look at so horrifying that will make you question the sense of
Ah, fuck's sake. Gotta reload.
Takers, and sometimes it's the ones who take the most, yet deserve it the least, who end up being the most dangerous of all. We're going to dive straight into this one today, folks, so please grab yourself a coffee and sit back. This is the case of Stuart Harris.
Alpha 2 under enemy control.
Welcome to Manchester, the city that was forged in the heat of the Industrial Revolution, and redefined the music of
Spotted enemy aircraft! Far away!
And yes, the Porsche message is by the way, a quick shout out to footage which is used in this video. However, for all of its modern warmth and swagger, Manchester certainly
Coastal Kilo! 150 meters! Taking damage!
And by the way, Castle Bay may sound familiar to some of you Afterlives too, because as you might know, it was once home to one of Britain's biggest steamers. One composer step outside back there.
The fuck you don't go back there, bro? the fuck are you driving us?
Forensic inquiry so far, we believe that these remains are likely to be here for a matter of days. We know this will be confirmed in the local area. We ask anyone to any information whatsoever. Uniformed officers will be in the area for a matter of days. These are very early stages of what is murder investigation. Tragic case. We are keeping an open mind and will do all that we can to establish circumstances and provide answers.
The grisly discovery was made on April 4th, 2024, and to be honest, there was a lot of dreaded doubt in the minds.
Alright, how many
Homicides. After all, carving off your own torso and then hiding it separately from your limbs would be quite impressive. The problem is, they had
9
no
more grenade
idea who the
kills.
victim was, and no suspect in sight. And so, naturally, this kicked off a massive investigation that sprawled all straight to Manchester. And as it turns out, that torso, well, is as detectives dug deeper, they turned to explain the heavy-duty shopping bag, which disturbingly seemed to contain the same cellophane-wrapped torso that was later discovered in a personal bunker. He carried it through a busy commercial street, blending in as if he were just running everyday errands. Dozens of
Whoa!
to pass him by, none the wiser.
Jesus!
Moments later, he was then
Oh!
on another camera.
How did I survive that?
Despite combing for hours and hours of surveillance footage, they still couldn't figure out who this mysterious person was. And so, with no name to go on, they simply dubbed him Bagman. In the meantime, Dale was soon offering his forensic team scoured despite two painstaking weeks of searching, they could not find it. Although they would eventually find it, when they ran the victim's DNA
Take it, I don't know.
nothing. At least that kind of confirmed that whoever the victim was, they had never actually found any serious trouble with police contact. But of course, with no more remains, no fresh leads, and not a single additional trace of any backing, police put officers and detectives in various different positions. However, all that would change when Manchester police found other bodies appearing all over the city. So, before we continue with this story, I think we should park it there for a while and instead focus on the rather important story. So, on that note, let me introduce you to Stuart Everett. Although Stuart lived in Manchester, born under the name of Roman Shimaki, he later changed his name to Stuart Everett, a decision that would help him feel more connected to his own British upbringing. To those closest to him, he was simply known as Ben. However, don't mistake either of those names for shame. They would then endure 2 brutal years in a Soviet concentration camp, before then finally making their escape and starting a new life in the UK. Growing up almost like his brothers and sister, Stuart would learn the importance of community and respect for others. As an adult, he dedicated himself to public service, working for both the NHS and the work for pensions. And over those years, he would earn a reputation as a good civil servant who genuinely turns out that he was He ran several interviews weekly, helping newly arrived Polish immigrants in Manchester not only learn the language, but also feel a sense of belonging. By now, he was living in a rented 3-bedroom house on Worsley Road in the Winton area of Southwest Manchester, and not
Costa Rica spotted! 110 meters away!
Ah.
moving in around 2017 after breaking up with his partner. Now, it is worth saying here that Marcin had 2 children with his partner, and although the relationship had sadly ended, they did remain on good terms, and he would visit his children often. Now, for most of his adult life, Marcin worked in fast food restaurants, occasionally working in the Trafford Centre whenever work was available. Now, here is where it gets interesting, but it turns out that friends and neighbours would often see Stuart and Marcin together, where they seemed especially close. In fact, in private emails to a friend, Stuart would even describe Marcin as his partner. So, despite the massive age gap of around 25 years, there probably was some level of romance or at least intimacy. However, what was clear is that Stuart deeply cared about Marcin. In fact, he treated him like a great friend. He wasn't just some roommate or friend, but he was also a mentor. Now, for the sake of this story, it's worth saying that they had their own separate bedrooms. But what is also obvious is that the bond they shared went far beyond that of ordinary housemates. However, there was a dark side to Marcin too. Fascination for gore and violence aside, he was capable of doing extraordinarily horrific things. And all of that would come to light in 2024. You see, throughout 2024, years prior, Marcin had actually dug himself a huge financial grave. He took out multiple loans and racked up more than £60,000 in debt, and every penny was spent on specific things he borrowed it. And when that borrowed money ran dry, well, the repayments he promised to make never happened. Oh, and if that wasn't enough already, he'd also maxed out all of his credit cards with £14,000. Seriously, this man must have literally thought that debt was a hobby. But instead of clawing his way back with honest work, Marcin would sadly do the opposite, and to put it all together, in out of work new solution emerged. Why pour his way out of debt when you can simply replace money which helped him the most? And so, Marcin made a decision that would stand the house forever. He would murder whatever in cold blood, take over all of his bank accounts,
oh no!
He would quite literally become his parasites. And just like that, Heavy Bag Man was born.
Our troops control Sector Echo.
It was sometime during the late hours of March 2024 that Marcin
was so bad.
set his plan into motion. Stuart had settled down for the evening, finishing the cooking from a sofa in his bedroom in his pajamas.
Shit.
He unfortunately had other plans, and with a hammer in his hand, he slowly approached Stuart from behind. It was in that moment that he struck him on the top. Each swing cracking the palm.
Just lost Sector Charlie to the hostiles.
Stuart's skull quite literally gave way beneath it. The medical It appeared that Stuart clung to life just long enough to draw in only a few rapid breaths. All of which was confirmed by the blood that was found in his lungs. We believe that moments later. Unfortunately, the worst was still yet to come. On the bedroom,
under guard. Alpha 2 was just lost.
Of course, with his aim to reduce
This is the killer. This is the killer.
various body parts were then meticulously wrapped, some of which were put into cling film, while others were stuffed into black bin bags. And then, over the following week, he began the grim process of disposing them all across the police would later learn that he made at least 11 trips from his house, each time
Hold on, reloading.
travel with Stuart's scenes inside. And while out in the street, he would generally apply hundreds of his chosen dumping grounds were the quiet corners of North Manchester,
Alpha 2 is in enemy hands.
which of course included secluded parks, and open spaces, bunkers, and the still waters around the campus. And by the way, it was that reservoir where he would decide to get rid of that. But there was a new problem for Marcin, that being these weekends which always brought surprises. With that in mind, he decided to pause his disposal process, and instead stored what remained of Stuart in a freezer in the home until the post was paid. And with Marcin still worried that he could eventually be caught, he decided to further by separating Stuart's face from his skin, of course in order to prevent his identity from being discovered. After having Stuart's body into pieces and then scattered across Manchester, Marcin did not stop there. In fact, he would quite literally close Stuart's house He lied to the landlord and get across with Michael, claiming that Stuart had simply gone back to Darwin and he was not planning on returning. And it turns out that faking messages to people wouldn't be that hard either, because Marcy actually had been moved to Stuart's time. And so with that said, Stuart's own family was attending the meeting, basically saying
What the
he
fuck?
moved out of the property and also was still not taking photos. He then commandeered all of Stuart back to the basically hidden blood that basically held. If that wasn't bad enough already, he then impersonated Stuart over the phone and even slurred his voice to make it sound like a man who was recovering from a stroke. After that, he then hired a skip company with Stuart's money to basically throw all of his stuff away. And then he went after his partner's skip. Now, of course, Stuart's own family would have plenty of time suspicious. I mean, they had showing pictures or videos of Stuart's skip. And so, to counteract that, Marson went to a local home and recorded the experience to make it look like Stuart had been he would even send birthday cards to Stuart's family, creating this illusion that he was still alive. Not only that, but he regularly visited random ATM machines and kept cash from Stuart's bank accounts, where he would then go and spend the money on exterior work. Meanwhile, back at the house, Marson worked hard to get the money out of his family. With his skip at his disposal, he could easily Stuart's belongings and interest. As already mentioned, he disposed of the land and bags with all over the puzzle. He had stored evidence which couldn't be well, bleach and antibacterial use. He told the landlord that all three of them were belongings.
Oh, it's time. Oh, yeah.
Michael that the landlord had given notice. He then cleared out all of Stuart's belongings, telling Michael that his family had already collected it all. However, some things are much harder to erase.
Oh, I think we've done it.
Marson's bedroom told a very
They're all
different
unlocked.
story. Bloodstains were something that not even a rug doctor could fix. So, he cut out the stained patch entirely, before then replacing it with a piece from Stuart's own carpet. He then hid
Kills
the
him
stained
assist.
patch under his bed, and believe it or not,
Salt Roffers 50 minutes or more.
his cover-up dragged on for almost an entire month, and by the time Marson was finished with his frantic cleaning,
SVK.
police had already made their first discovery. Of course, that being a human torso and cursal.
SVK.
In addition to this, detectives had also found several surveillance video clips of him carrying suspicious parts around the city. But of course, despite him having the name of Heavy Bagman, the police still at this stage had no idea what he was. Meanwhile, it turns out that Marson was already planning his next move, because as it turns out, he started researching rental properties in the Humpday Sky.
Loading ammunition.
Of course, that meaning that not only was he ready to vanish abroad, but also abandon his former husband and children. Back in Southport, neighbours began to sense that something was off. They once sourced which tended to the garden, down to the rain shop. Well, now those are the silence, and also the story. Marson thought that he had everyone waiting, but his carefully spotted lies was pretty hard to fall apart, in ways that he never saw coming. Unfortunately, it will be very explosive.
Okay.
It was on April 25th, 2024, that something happened. By now, Stuart had been dead for almost a month, and for the last 3 weeks, the police had been looking for his remains, but sadly still had no idea where he was. Despite their relentless efforts, the elusive figure that they'd nicknamed remained unknown. However, that was all about to change when thanks to a discovery. Investigations of what Officer Claire Down was walking by a residential street, which happened to be outside of his spotting area. Acting fast, Claire and her colleagues
Our forces are moving to attack Charlie 1.
while she discreetly
just
kept
took
Marson
Sector
in
Alpha.
sight. She told him just long enough for that boy to arrive, and the officers then shadowed him onto a bus. Then it was there without warning that Marson was in big trouble.
Allies securing objective Charlie 2.
Alpha have fallen to hostiles. Charlie 2 has been secured. We now hold more sectors than
Gunfire damage! Alpha rolling! 40 meters away from my position!
And just like that, Marcin was now finally in handcuffs. Once they had him, everything began to fall into place. Because after realizing where he lived, they learned that his housemate Stuart had actually been missing for weeks. And of course, they found him a serial identity. By the way, it was actually
Oh my God.
spotted Marcin when she did, because as it turns out, Marcin was going to move out of that property later that day. And with them searching for places to live in Spain, well, that would have made things a whole lot harder for officers. After a quick sweep of the property and then a couple rounds of DNA testing, officers found everything they needed to know. And sadly, Stuart was in fact confirmed to be the victim. When they began to inspect Marcin's bedroom, they found a few horrible clues. For example, the carpet that lay beneath the tenant's own story. It turns out that Stuart's blood had soaked right through the underlay and deep into the floorboards. Under a UV light, more blood was found, and in the fridge freezer, DNA matching Stuart was also confirmed. This was only the beginning, by the way, because under a UV light, more blood was discovered. Meanwhile, downstairs and in the fridge freezer, DNA matching Stuart was found. Now, you would think that getting caught red-handed would probably crack someone wide open. But Marcin, not at all. In fact, he was actually stone cold and said nothing in the interrogation room. So naturally, the search would then fall to the boots on the ground. And over the following days, detectives combed through rivers, woodlands, urban wastelands, and reservoirs, and in the end found 19 separate crime scenes. However, in the end, only 1/3 of Stuart's body was discovered, which means, even to this day, more than 2/3 of him are still out there waiting to be discovered. Detectives would eventually learn that Marcin had circled Blackleaf Reservoir several times. Deep beneath the water, divers dredged up a hacksaw, and unexplained, Stuart's blood was discovered the next day. But perhaps the most chilling discovery was still yet to come, because in a stroke of good luck, divers would find all 4 parts of Stuart's skull. It had been broken into 4 separate fragments during the attack, before then being scattered into different parts of that large reservoir. Anyway, when it came to Marcin's
Got the new
skull,
assault.
things were not looking good. A forensic pathologist reconstructed Stuart's skull before then confirming what investigators had already believed, that he had been murdered by multiple blows to the head with an object that was reminiscent of the hammer he had purchased. And as for his death, well, that didn't stand a chance. Not only was his DNA all over the murder weapon, but it was also sprinkled over dozens of other articles of evidence. Detectives pored over more than 2,000 hours of surveillance footage, collected over 3,000 exhibits, and took statements from more than 450 witnesses. And, obviously, nearly everything pointed straight back towards him. Oh, and here's a picture of the sofa under UV light. Not only was it drenched in Stuart's blood, but Marcin's DNA was all over it too. I mean, the man even paid for a blood-soaked sofa hidden away in a storage unit, hoping that no one would ever find it. And how about that birthday card that he had sent to Stuart's family, pretending to be him still alive and well? Yeah, the handwriting was confirmed to belong to Marcin, and the paper itself was covered with his grubby fingerprints. The prosecution would also highlight many additional details, such as purchasing a hacksaw and a hammer in advance.
M16 unlocked.
Sent on behalf of Stuart in the days following his murder. The judge would also express his repulsion towards Marcin, recognizing that he showed an extremely distasteful willingness and perhaps even
client free.
to butchering his friend's body. Even throughout his trial, Marcin denied any involvement in Stuart's murder. In fact, he would still call it one giant misunderstanding. But the jury saw right through his lies, and in March of 2025, and following a 3-week trial, they officially found him guilty of murder. They determined that the motive was plain and simple greed, because Martin had racked up an irrecoverable amount of debt, and so he thought he could simply kill Stewart and then siphon all his money.
Alright,
As a result,
SMGs
Marston
all
was sentenced to
unlocked,
life in
assaults
prison
all
with a minimum
unlocked,
term of 30
LMGs all unlocked.
which thankfully means that at the very earliest, he won't be
19 more
until
kills for that
2028,
one.
and by then, Marston's going to be 76 years old.
Kill
This
of
is a
assault
deeply
rifles
sad
from
story
distance
about a man who
50
gave
meters
so much to
or
his community,
more
only to
in
be
a
betrayed
round.
and then exploited by someone he trusted. Although Stewart wasn't in the best of health when he died, he had never lost his zest for life. He was known for being jolly, friendly, and mild-mannered, a caring man who remained
Alright,
very
I finished the
close to his
SVK
family right
ones.
until the end. Friends describe him as a gentle and sociable soul with an upbeat personality, and one of his friends put it quite simply, he was
65
the
more
kind of man
there.
everyone got on with, someone who was easy to talk to and always ready with a warm welcome.
It's the
In a statement,
Enrique.
Stewart's family said, "Even though it has been almost 12 months, we are still haunted by Benny's death, which has now been made even more painful knowing the lengths that were taken to plan it. It is truly difficult to put into words how much he meant to us and how much we will all miss him." Stewart was a true historian and collector, and unfortunately, with him holding all of his family's old paperwork, well, all of that was lost when Marston threw all of it into the skip. He threw away decades of wedding photos, birth certificates, memories, and memoirs. And so it turns out that not only is
Conquest
Marston a horrible
Solo.
killer, but also
Still get
a
ribbons for the
parasite who
Solo?
denied an entire family of their heritage. I mean, the man quite literally went to a KFC after dumping a body part in the park. Who even does that? It remains eerily unclear if other parts of Stewart will ever be found, because even to this day, Marston remains uncooperative. But perhaps through time, the monster will eventually change his mind. After all, he has a very long time to think about it. I don't think there is much to debate in this story, because the evidence available is very cut and dry. But saying that, I would love to know what you think about this one, because the story is absolutely wild. So with that said, please share your thoughts in the comments section down below, because I genuinely like to read them. I can't really think of anything else to say here, so I guess that's the end of the video. On that note, thank you so much for making it this far, folks. I really do appreciate you being here. I'm going to keep to this weekly schedule, probably for at least the foreseeable future. So on that note, I'll see you again same time next week. Of course, until that moment arrives, remember to look after yourselves, look after each other, and of course, stay curious. Thank you, and goodbye.
This water source is irreplaceable. Without it, we could lose our foothold in the entire country. Join our forces on the ground and destroy the Coalition's offense.
A Miami pharmacist will spend the rest of his life behind bars after pleading guilty to traveling to Colombia dozens of times over the last few years, specifically to have sex with minors. The evidence against him was as sickening as it was overwhelming. Plus, we're going to sit down with the CEO of an organization that is dedicated to helping girls in awful situations to get a behind-the-scenes look from somebody who had a direct impact on this case. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
Sector Alpha has been secured.
Hey everybody, this is another Law and Crime legal alert. Did you know that children are being diagnosed with serious conditions like type 2 diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease? Research is potentially linking ultra-processed to all this? Yeah, but Morgan & Morgan, they're stepping in to fight the whole food companies in town.
Oh!
Decades of experience fighting large corporations, they're ready to stand up to the parents who deserve justice. So if your child under 21 has been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes or fatty liver disease, then visit www.fearthepeople.com/free or scan the QR code on screen.
Taken by our forces.
On April 19th, 2024, 43-year-old Stefan Andres Correa was standing on a jet bridge at Miami International Airport, ready to board a flight from Bogota to London. The Ecuadorian-American national was suddenly surrounded by officers. According to news outlet El Tiempo, 5 officers asked Correa to get out of line and said they were going to search his carry-on bag. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida says investigators found he was carrying 9 cell phones, and on those phones were 100 photos and videos of Correa having sex with more than 50 minors. Some of them believed to be as young as 10 years old. How crazy is that, by the way? Right there, in the airport, boarding a flight, photos, videos of children being sexually abused by him. Does it get more horrific than that? Now, according to Homeland Security, Correa, a pharmacist in the Miami area, had apparently traveled to Medellin dozens of times for the express purpose of having sex with underage girls. And his chat messages bear that out. Correa was found to be chatting with multiple pimps in Medellin about the types of children he likes and what he wants to do to them. The messages, understandably, are quite upsetting. I do want to share a little bit of the back and forth that was included in Correa's indictment, because it really does illustrate Correa's depravity and why he is now going to spend the rest of his life behind bars. According to an affidavit from the Homeland Security investigators, this conversation took place between a sex trafficker and Correa in April of 2024, just before his arrest, as he was planning to travel to Colombia. The affidavit notes that the messages have been translated from Spanish to English. Right.
Let's keep it that way.
Correa says, "You know my taste, very skinny. How old and when is the birthday?" Traffic responds, "Yes, obviously. She'll be 12 in July." "Okay. Her and Manuela confirmed." "Got it. What time will you be in Medellin?"
We no longer control Bravo 1.
The trafficker then recommends another person. The trafficker says, "Love, what if I take Natalie? How much for her?" Correa responds, "Natalie turns 11 or 12 in December. She turns 12. Is she ready for the whole thing?" "What you mean? Is she going to allow me to go all the way? Or is she going to cry and ask me to stop?" Obviously she will. Correa then discussed the payment of 300,000 Colombian pesos, or around $75 US. Correa messages, "Okay, so 300,000 for you and 300,000 for her and an iPhone 7 or 8 Plus. You need to be in the bathroom, please, so there can be privacy, because she'll probably cry at me. Like that, she'll know there's no turning back. She'll have to allow me to enjoy myself, and she can try to enjoy herself. If she behaves, takes good care of me, you can keep bringing her, and you'll each get 300K. Goes on to say things like she needs to understand that she needs me to enjoy myself without turning back. Not the first version of this private. Correa also says that if the girl brings a friend that you like, that girl's an iPhone as well. It's pretty sick, disgusting stuff. Now, according to the indictment, between 2022 and 2024, Correa told investigators he traveled to Colombia 45 times. And it wasn't just Correa who was apparently caught in an anti-sex trafficking operation, because he apparently used digital Colombian banking apps that investigators were able to follow the money to some of the alleged pimps. 2 women, both 19 at the time, were arrested in Colombia. According to outlet El Nuevo Siglo, Lina Marcela Velázquez Maldonado handed over her own 11-year-old cousin to be abused by Correa. She's already been sentenced to 21 years and 2 months in prison. Another woman, Maria Camila Cano Cuervo, is being prosecuted for allegedly organizing a meeting between Correa and a 15-year-old. She's been released from custody as the case progresses. This is according to Nuevo Siglo's reporting. News outlet Santa Marta Al Dia reports that at least 6 victims were forensically interviewed by Colombian police and were able to corroborate what happened while Correa was in the country. Now, Correa, who changed his plea from not guilty to guilty in the federal court in Florida, was sentenced at the end of June. And in its sentencing memorandum that was filed in court, the prosecution pointed out that Correa could be eligible for decades in prison for even victimizing one child. But they know of at least 50. Quote, "The defendant's conduct in this case is egregious. Just from the evidence the government has available to them, the defendants engaged in commercial sex acts with minor children between the ages of 10 and 17 repeatedly over a 2-year period. To date, the government has identified over 50 minor girls who were victimized by the defendant throughout the offensive conduct. Ever proud of his preying on his minor victims, the defendant also secretly recorded his sex acts with them and saved them to his private collection on Google Images." Correa himself wrote a letter to the judge prior to sentencing saying that his attorney had failed him. He wrote that his attorney, Albert Piantes, didn't tell him what his confirmed sentencing date was, and he had to find out through a third party. He also accused the lawyer of not being professional. Correa wrote, "Mr. Piantes failed to provide me all the government's evidence against me until after I signed my guilty as if he unethically held the evidence hostage until I agreed to the government's guilty plea offer, to which Mr. Fiantes refused to counteroffer despite my requests. He also confirmed that incorrect information evidence files. Quote, the primary victim's age is incorrect in all documents, including guilty plea and factual profit. The official birth certificate in the government's evidence files does not match stated. There are dozens of pages of evidence against me with a different defendant's name on it, and was evidence for a different unrelated case. I informed Mr. Fiantes about the documents with someone else's name on it, and he seemed shocked that I found something so clear that he didn't cease to raise mistakes in government evidence files. The attorney failed to act despite knowing the information was wrong. I also chose badly letter, quote, although I may have had a healthy yet treatable sex drive, at least am I. Psalm 25, all of God's paths are kindness. Unfortunately, Freya isn't specifically what's referred to as sex tourism. Sex work is not illegal in Colombia. The age of consent is 14, but paying for sex is illegal. According to a political article, Medellin, declared that the city had kidnapped bodies after an American man, Timothy Livingston, was found with two girls aged 12 and 13 in a luxury hotel room. Police reported that since he wasn't caught in the act of actually abusing the girls, police recustody him and immediately flew back to the United States. El País reports that Colombian authorities did end up seeing she had a sexual encounter with Livingston. Investigations that he offered to the national police responded worked out for one because of their failure to take important steps like preserving the hotel crime scene. As for Livingston in 2024, according to Formula One, Interpol put out a blue notice that he's wanted for questioning in connection with crime. But objective is under attack. Since then, obviously, this is a sensitive but important topic to talk about. And for that, I want to bring on a special guest. I want to bring in Tyler Schwab. Tyler is the CEO of Libertas International. This is an NGO dedicated to the prevention, liberation, and restoration of survivors of human trafficking and sexual exploitation in Latin America. Tyler, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, so our organization, you described our mission really well. Basically what we do is we support survivors of human trafficking in their healing process, getting them from point A to point D to point Z, wherever they're looking to get to. And unfortunately, because of the work that we do, a lot of the people that we find
They forgot the
in these cases are American tourists, American citizens. And so it's kind of like there's two ways where we work the problem. Is one, we collaborate with local authorities to ensure that they have the information that we
last
have
one was
about
assault.
these American sex tourists, about these people that travel to the developing world to abuse kids, and then helping a survivor heal, helping her get educated, heal from addiction, heal from physical trauma, mental trauma, to get to a point where she is self-sufficient, he is self-sufficient, and they can fly on their own. So in a nutshell, that's what we do. Is we work on the aftercare side and the justice side.
That's incredible work. That is incredible work and so necessary. Because as you know, talking to you and hearing about this case, this happens. It's prevalent. And here, you were directly involved in getting justice for some of Correa's victims, right?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I can't take much credit because I don't think it was me. I think it was definitely like these amazing survivors. Like it's easy to offer support, but the hard thing is to take that support, take advantage of it, utilize it, invest in yourself to where you are addiction free, where you are free of exploitation, where you can study and you can travel to Miami to testify in a federal sentencing. But we were involved from the very beginning as far as like organization, because this guy had 52 victims that we're aware of, and these girls needed help. And so because of our partnership with Homeland Security Investigations, the Colombian National Police, like they call us to support these girls. And so what that looks like is when we first meet with them, we do it in a very neutral setting, share a meal, and just explain who we are. Here's what we do, here's what we offer. Are you interested in this? It's totally free. You can totally say no if you'd like, but the help is there if you want it. And so the girls in this case, the girls in the Correa case, came with a lot of trauma. They came to us with a whole lot of needs, and lucky enough that we were able to find donors to support that. We were able to walk with them in their healing to where they could stand before him and really seal his fate with that life sentence.
What did you learn about him during the course of this?
I'm over here.
Oh man. Well, I think the most accurate description I think is if anyone is a believer like Christianity or some kind of afterlife, like whatever people believe in. If there is a devil, then his name is Stefan Correa. If he's walking among us, this guy was just a monster. One of the things we learned about him just in the sentencing was that he actually would make New Year's resolutions about how many kids he wanted to rape that year. So during the sentencing, he had this sheet that they found during his initial search at the Miami airport where it says goals for 2024, rape 10 to 20 new kiddies ages 10 to 20. I had no idea that he had that document. The fact that he was pursuing that as like a New Year's resolution, he's an evil, evil man. He's also very cunning, you know, he made these girls, he tricked these girls into what they did in very sophisticated ways. One girl, for example, she has a very soft heart, a very deep soul, and he said that if she didn't do these things with him, that he would take his own life, and that she would have to have that on her conscience forever. Another girl, when his emotional manipulation wouldn't work, he just forced her. He had a pit that would hold her down. This girl was 10 years old, and he would abuse her while she was being held down by this female man. And so, like, for him, I guess the thing that would sum up him is that no was never an answer. You can never say no to him, and throughout the time of just 2 years, there's 52 kids in Latin America who have their innocence that have been taken by this man. And in summary, just if there's a devil, his name is Stefan.
Is Colombia focused in particular for your organization, or are you doing work in other countries as well? Do you see this issue more prevalent in certain places than others?
You know, we kind of stumbled our way into Colombia, honestly. We worked in a lot of different areas across the world, the United States, Guatemala, even some Pacific Islands, Thailand. We have some partners out there that work out in Thailand. And in Colombia, we were there, and that was when I got my first case of sex tourism by a guy named Victor Galarza. This guy's been locked up. He's serving, I think, year 3 of a 17-year sentence. But he was a guy who would travel to Colombia, he would abuse minors, and he would film the abuse discreetly, and then he would use those videos to make those girls work for him, saying that if you didn't work for me, then I'll put these videos on the internet. But what the girls didn't know that he was doing it anyway. He was actually putting the videos on a site called Pornhub and making money off their abuse anyway. And so that was my first case there. We kind of stumbled into it. And then those girls knew more girls that knew more girls that knew more girls, and for whatever reason, in Colombia, in the city of Medellin, like by the end of 2024 or 2023, we had something like 30 American sex tourists identified who were actively abusing kids or had abused kids in the past. You know, we have operations in other countries, but nothing to the scale that we have in Colombia. You know, we have one guy who victims, we have a guy, 12 victims, and we even have a guy from New York who's a girl who's only 19 months old. I mean, we have a lot, but nothing is severe or as big as we do.
How do you guys that, hey, we want this to get what makes them know, what makes them think they can operate on this kind of new to a lot of our viewers and listeners that this is going on. Is this advertised? Is this marketed? Is it word of mouth? How are
The hell?
finding out about this and doing this engagement? Is there a market for it?
Yeah, I think.
Woo! 64 for shift 64, baby!
Basic supply and demands is because there's a demand for it. People are gonna.
I reckon that might be it, fams. Might jump off.
I mean, it's all over the world. Like,
Chill out.
you know, where I'm from in Wyoming, we get
Thanks for watching.
trafficking all the time in this, the smallest state in the union.
We'll catch you tomorrow, fams.
The last few years is how connected they are.
Take care of yourself.
If there's a guy who's abusing a girl